You're listening to the Canary Cry News Talk live stream pre-stream. Congratulations for making it here, folks. And look at that. We, I think, are back on Face Like the Sun. Oh, they're hot and they're cold, am I right? Well, anyways, folks, thanks for being here a little bit early, and a big old congratulations to John Baker over on YouTube for First Comment of the Day Award. Now, we're about to get started here, folks, and for those Face Like the Sun viewers who were not able to watch episode 333, because, yes, we had another strike there, let this be another lesson to you to follow us on multiple locations. That includes canarycryradio.no. It includes youtube.com/canarycryradio, twitch.tv/canarycryradio, dlive.tv/canarycryradio. You're going to need to do it, folks. One of these days. Don't be complaining if you didn't get a notification for the Face Like the Sun channel for our big episode 333 celebration. Anywho, we're going to get started here in just a second, so remember to stay hydrated and follow us all over the internet. Okay, folks, let's go.
The world is getting crazier. People are acting more and more insane. The end of the world is tomorrow. Tomorrow. There's only one thing to do when the world is falling apart. Listen to Basil and Gonz as they discuss this week's news and events through the lens of Bible prophecy.
You are listening to Canary Cry News Talk.
You're listening to Canary Cry News Talk. Today is May 7th, 2021. This is episode 334. And today, anti-poke babies. That's right. And razzle dazzle, I'm your best buddy Basil.
And this is Gonz, or Ginzo, your favorite Asian provocateur for Christ. Welcome to the podcast where we bring you the best news, which is the gospel message of Jesus Christ, while reporting the egregious with a well-rounded, biblically grounded take on world events. And yeah, as you said in the pre-stream, which some of you can't hear, we did get the YouTube channel back, at least the Face Like the Sun channel. The appeal was passed, and it was again the same thing, medical misinformation. And it was the same appeal that, hey, we're not claiming to be medical authorities. We're not telling anybody to do this or that about the jab or the the Ronas or anything. And I think they like that. I think they like hearing like, oh, these guys aren't pretending to be authorities.
Yeah, they got to know. And all we do is read mainstream news. So
yeah,
if there's some they don't like, take it up with CNN, baby.
Yeah, I had to list the stories that were covered on the episode that got deleted and we got the strike for. Nevertheless, we're still, at least on the Face Like the Sun channel, 2 strikes away from losing the channel. So if that strike, if the appeal didn't get accepted, we would have been down to 1 strike and you're out. So yeah, living on the edge on YouTube, which is why it's so important to sign up to the email list, or just make sure you know how to stay in contact with us, because it could all end at any moment.
Yeah, I'm always surprised when we get a strike on the Face Like the Sun channel and it doesn't allow us to stream. In this case, it was for the very exciting episode 333, which about I don't know, at least 500 people didn't get to watch live. But that's okay. That's why you got to follow us in other places. Now, I will say we have had a soft launch of an upgraded version of canarycrynewstalk.com. So for those who had any complaints or had a hard time figuring it out last time, if you head over to canarycrynewstalk.com, you'll notice a bit of an upgrade. It's significantly easier to join the mailing list or become a producer or check out, we've got all of our streaming stuff listed there now. So put that as a bookmark on your browser. And if you haven't done it yet, you should definitely go join the mailing list, because one of these days when we're unable to get these strikes removed, the mailing list will be the only way to figure out where we're going live. So there you go. Head on over to canarycrynewstalk.com. anything? What's going on? Anything before we get started? Oh, for
Not
those
really.
who are on YouTube, go ahead and make sure to hit the like button, subscribe, all that kind of fun stuff.
Like, subscribe, bell button, all. Like, subscribe, bell button, all.
Yes, and I like the swirly background on the new website. It's very...
I thought it was kind of fun. You know, the ink splatters and like, watercolor sort of abstractness has always been a part of the Canary Cry brand. But we got some sort of upgraded versions of that. 2021 versions, baby. The Gen Zs love it.
Yeah, appeal to the Gen Zs is what we're trying to do here on Canary Cry News Stock.
Because we're so young and hip.
Speaking of appealing to youngins, I guess, I don't know. Have you seen this clip of Trump and Biden playing Fortnite?
I have.
Oh,
And
my
may
gosh.
I say, it was lit.
Donald, where are we landing? Well, we're looking at quite a few places to land at. We could land over at Tomato Town. I love tomatoes. We could go over to Pleasant Park, although quite frankly, it's not too pleasant. There's a lot of bad guys, terrible guys who don't like what we're doing, so they'll probably shoot us. We could land. I wish they had Dusty Divot or Tilted Tower. We could land over there, but they got rid of that. So sad, terrible thing to do. Hey, Donald, you gotta hurry up, man. The time's coming out, man. Come on, man. Donald.
Not really the best Biden impression.
No, the
but-
Biden is really bad, but I really like the Trump.
Mhm.
And I just like the idea of, rival presidents playing Fortnite.
Yeah.
I think it can bring people together. It's
Well,
video
that's
games
going
in
to be
general.
that's going to be how elections are held in the near future here.
That would be
So,
that would be very strategic. I think it'll be strategic.
wow,
Leave it there.
strategic. Okay.
Yes.
You know what? I just want I want a president who can pwn noobs and get the trophies, and he has a lot of loot boxes.
Yeah, I don't even know what you said there. Something about noobs.
Yeah.
Language changes, and I can't keep up anymore. I feel old.
It's okay. That's why I'm here for you.
Yeah, although it's going to start leaving you too. You're not like that much younger than me.
Oh no, I have made an early commitment to stay hip, and it's not going so well. But
Yeah, it's the river moves quickly.
Video games are a big part of it. That's one of the main reasons I continue to play video games. It's because someday when I have children, I'm gonna need to be a good example and be able to. I mean, in the future, by the time I have kids, that's going to be like the only way that we're able to spend time with our children and get their respect. So if I want
They
the
won't.
respect of my children, I gotta keep my skills sharp. Because I remember
Do you want
when
dinner? You better show up to that online gaming session we have.
Well, when
then-
I was a kid, I was, of course, into video games. And there was much of my early video game life where my father, who still had some leftover skills from playing, Mario on the NES.
Yeah.
And, it was impressive. It was cool. He knew this little secret. He got me like infinite lives once. And, it just gains a lot of admiration towards a father. But now, when we started moving into Super Nintendo and Nintendo 64, and I surpassed my father's skills in video games, there was sort of a mythical moment where I knew that I had defeated my father at video games.
My father tried to play Mario one time, the original on the Nintendo NES there, and every time he died, he would say, "Oh, I'm broken. I broke. I broke." And I was like, "You died, Dad. You didn't break anything." He kept saying he's broken. I don't know.
Kind of a cute ESL type of situation.
Yeah. It's both language barrier and understanding what video games was barrier. Although I got in trouble one time. I played so much. I think it was Ninja Gaiden. I think it was a ninja game.
Yeah, it was a good
I
game.
played so much, and my grades started slipping. So, had the NES taken away from me for a little while. That was a big traumatic moment.
Yeah, you must not be a dishonor.
Yeah. Yeah. just a couple more fun things here. This is more of a visual clip, but this is Biden from his address a few days ago. I don't know if this is edited, but it shows Ted Cruz, and he's clearly just falling asleep. It's again more of a visual. You're gonna hear Biden kind of yapping about his thing.
Over 11 million undocumented folks, the vast majority of here overstaying visas. Pass it. We can actually, if you actually want to solve a problem.
It is really boring.
I've sent a bill to take.
And there's Ted Cruz trying to keep his eyes open, looking around.
The root problem of why people are
back
fleeing
to close.
to our.
I found that funny. I don't know.
No, that is a power move. I'll tell you what.
Just with his eyelids, I'm going to show it again here.
I've sent a bill to.
Well, he's doing the church sleeping, the church nap, where as long as you keep your spine and your neck completely erect, you can kind of close your eyes without somebody else seeing. It would have been great if you had that little thing, where your head starts falling forward and you jerk back, and it's really upsetting.
Or the snore, the snore wake up thing you do.
Of course.
Yeah, I've done that. I did that in college in like an auditorium where there's like 1,000 people, and it was after a morning swim practice. I was really tired. I fell asleep, and then I did like the waking up, and I didn't know what was going on, but then everyone was laughing and making fun of me, including the teacher. A very embarrassing moment.
Yeah. Well, it's I don't know. I think that was a great moment. I think that happens a lot more than we think in that chamber. I think I think senators are taking little naps all the time, or Congress people rather. Yeah, and of course with as I saw recently in a headline, our delightfully boring president, which apparently is a huge relief to people.
Yeah. Well, like I told you, it was the whole Biden thing is to get everybody to go back to sleep.
Yeah, go back to bed, everybody.
Stop, being aware of all the stuff, everybody. Everybody just go back to sleep. Gentle.
Ooh. Sorry, my microphone might fall today. So I'm just trying to...
Makes for good radio and stuff like that.
Yeah, isn't this nice? All these extra noises coming from my side.
In the meantime, I'm going to show this clip of Starlink. A bunch of people were filming Starlink over the last couple days. I think it might have been yesterday. Mm-hmm. And I got to say, it is very crazy to look at. I mean, I counted the number of satellite strings here. There was 60. But a lot of clips where people saying like, what is that? Oh my gosh, it's aliens, bro. It's aliens. And there is a part of me that thinks like, is the whole Elon Starlink thing just an excuse to just, release the UFOs, release the technology, and just, make it sound like, oh yeah, they're giving us internet, but it's actually, a bunch of aircraft UFOs that we've had for a while.
That could be it. I don't know if that's necessarily any crazier than what it actually is. But you see these videos, they're pretty incredible, just how bright and how obvious this is.
Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine in, maybe 30 years or so when they've launched thousands of more and just the whole sky is moving like that all the time?
Well, that's what I was going to say is that, and we've talked about this before, but eventually, it's not going to be a thing to be able to look out, there's only going to be a few places, or maybe not even anywhere around the Earth where you can actually look up at the stars at night, because all you're going to have is all these satellites moving around, allegedly, beaming internet down, and everybody will be in virtual space.
Yeah.
So
how much they have? 60 up there?
60.
Is that all of them, or
do
they have multiple of these trains?
No, this is a train of 60. Which is why a bunch of people were freaking 60.
out.
No, there's a lot more than that. There's a lot more.
Yeah, okay. So there's many of these trains going around the world.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there you go. Keep an eye out. There has got to be a Starlink tracker site or something where you can if it's going to be passing by you.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up real quick.
You want to pull it up? Okay,
there
you pull it up.
FindStarlink.com. And it looks like you can all pull it up here on the screen. Looks like it's sitting on Nigeria. Let me see if I can This is great radio here.
Yeah, no, I mean, I was just wondering if it does exist. We don't need to do a full search right now.
Yeah, well, now that you have me doing it, I'm in Los Angeles, California. Find visible times. I'm just going to go ahead and do that. And
okay.
Sunrise, 5:58 a.m. or sunset at 7:42 p.m.
Oh, that's totally doable.
May 7th. Is that today?
That is sometime.
For 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's today. So you can step outside and watch it tonight at 7 o'clock.
Yeah, I won't. But okay, cool.
Okay, cool. All right, well, should we start the show?
Flippy update.
Do you want fries with that?
Okay, folks, it's time for the Flippy update. If you're new, here's the thing. Flippy is the colloquial name for the disembodied robot arms that are taking our jobs, enslaving our children, and flirting with our spouses. We use talking about Flippy as a way to discuss all the new fun and exciting ways that robots are taking over the world. Now there's nothing we can do about it. Today, Gons, we got an update. This is actually a Spot update. Of course, the Boston Dynamics dog robot Spot. This is coming from theguardian.com, and the headline, New York mayor calls off creepy, alienating police robo-dog. Dun, dun, dun.
Aliens.
Yeah. New York Mayor Bill de Blasio has ordered a controversial robot dog undergoing trials with the city's police off the streets, and a $94,200 contract with creator Boston Dynamics canceled. Boston Dynamics. The robot canine, named Digi-Dog, is to be returned to its manufacturer following outrage tied to calls to cut police funding and law enforcement access to military-developed or surplus hardware. De Blasio voiced that he is, quote, glad the Digi-Dog was put down. A city government spokesperson added, quote, it's creepy, alienating, and sends the wrong message to New Yorkers. The 70-pound robot could run at 3.5 miles per hour and climb stairs. It was primarily intended to go into situations deemed dangerous for officers and had been undergoing trials in the Bronx since it was unveiled last December. Quote, this dog is going to save lives, protect people, and protect officers. Like how people and officers are separated out there.
Yeah, it's a different class of, different race of beings.
Yeah, different creatures, yes, as we've all apparently collectively decided over the past year. Anyways, and that's our goal. A police spokesman said at the time. Officials later said that the robot's purpose was to take police officers out of harm's way. But the dog sparked an immediate backlash, with critics noting police dogs have been traditionally used to suppress and intimidate communities of color. Oh, Digi-Dog was racist. Some critics also pointed out it was reminiscent of robot dogs in the dystopian Netflix series Black Mirror. Reminiscent is the incorrect word there. It was exactly like the robot dogs in Black Mirror. But, quote, shout out to everyone who fought against community advocates who demanded these resources go to investments like school counseling instead, said Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez on Twitter.
Oh, yeah.
Am I reading this correctly? Shout out to everyone who fought against community advocates who demanded these resources go to investments like school counseling instead. Doesn't that sound like she's saying shout out to everyone who was against investing in school counseling?
Yeah, well.
Was that a whoopsies?
I don't know if it's a whoopsies. I don't think you're reading it wrong. I think your lady there is just not the most eloquent.
Hey,
shout out to everyone who fought against community advocates who demanded these resources go to investment. Oh, I see what she's saying. Yeah, it makes sense. She was giving a shout out to the people who fought against community advocates who demanded the people that demanded the investments.
Advocates.
Yeah, well, she's kind of she's referencing the same people twice, which is why it's confusing. So she's not saying that the community advocates demanded resources or demanded the robots. She's saying the community advocates were the ones demanding resources go to investments like school counseling instead of the robots.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But she's giving a shout out to everyone who fought against the community advocates. It doesn't matter. Quote, now robotic surveillance ground drones are being deployed for testing on low-income communities of color with under-resourced schools. Okay, she's using sarcasm here, is what I think is going on. Akin Ola, host of This is the Revolution podcast, wrote in The Guardian last month that, quote, there is more than enough evidence that law enforcement is lethally racially biased, and adding an intimidating non-human layer to it seems cruel. So there you go, Gons. That's one thing that, the social justice industry and you and I have in common is we don't want these robotic dogs enslaving humanity. So there we go. We've built bridges.
Yeah, you just love AOC.
You know what? She's a passionate Latina, and even though we don't agree on things, she's got a symmetrical face.
Okay, all right.
Moving on.
All right. Okay, let's move on. We want to just forget that happened. Lots of things that I want to just forget happened recently.
Mm-hmm.
Chinese news.
Welcome to Chinese News.
This is the New York Times. Heads up. A used Chinese rocket is tumbling back to Earth this weekend. The chances of it hitting a populated area are small, but not zero. That has raised questions about how the country's space program designs its missions. So there you go. There's the headline there.
Yeah, this is a fun story. I like this.
Mm-hmm. It says, no, you are almost certainly not going to be hit by a 10-story, 23-ton piece of a rocket hurling back to Earth. That said, the chances are not zero. Part of China's largest rockets, the Long March 5B, is tumbling out of control in orbit after launching a section of the country's new space station last week. The rocket is expected to fall to Earth in what is called, quote, an uncontrolled re-entry sometime on Saturday or Sunday. Whether it splashes harmlessly in the ocean...
Uncontrolled re-entry is such a beautiful way to put the fact that this giant rocket is going to smash into somebody's house.
Maybe. That said, the chances are not zero. Did I just read that? I just read that. Whether it splashes harmlessly in the ocean, harmlessly, wouldn't it hurt some ocean animal? These evil people at the New York Times who think ocean animals aren't worthy, or impacts land where people live. Why China's space program let this happen, again, remains unclear. And given China's planned schedule of launches, more such uncontrolled rocket re-entries in the years to come are possible. The country's space program has executed a series of major achievements in spaceflight in the past 6 months, including returning rocks from the moon and putting a spacecraft in orbit around Mars. Yet it continues to create danger, however small, for people all over the planet by failing to control the paths of rockets and launches. Quote, I think it's negligent of them, said Jonathan McDowell, an astrophysicist at the Center for Astrophysics in Cambridge, Massachusetts, who tracks the comings and goings of objects in space. Quote, I think it's irresponsible. The piece that will be dropping out of the sky somewhere is the core booster stage of the Long March 5B, which was designed to lift the big heavy pieces of the space station. For more rockets, the lower stages usually drop back to Earth immediately after launch. Upper stages that reach orbit usually fire the engine again after releasing their payloads, using them toward re-entry in an unoccupied area like the middle of the ocean. Over the past 3 decades, only China has lifted rocket stages this big to orbit and left them to fall somewhere at random, Dr. McDowell said. For the Long March 5B booster, that could be anywhere between 41.5 degrees north latitude and 41.5 degrees south latitude. That means Chicago, located a fraction of a degree further north, is safe, but major cities like New York could be hit by debris. On Thursday, the Aerospace Corporation A nonprofit largely financed by the federal government that performs research and analysis predicts re-entry will occur on Saturday at 11:43 p.m. Eastern Time. If that is accurate, debris would shower down over northeastern Africa, over Sudan. Wakanda forever. Forget America. Let's just destroy Africa. Uncertainty over time, give or take 16 hours, the location remain large. A day before, Aerospace's prediction put re-entry more than 1 hour earlier over the eastern Indian Ocean. When the booster burns up depends, for instance, on the sun. A rise in the intensity of the solar wind, charged particles spewed out by the sun would puff out Earth's atmosphere, increasing atmospheric drag of the rocket booster and speeding its fall. The tumbling of the rocket stage also complicates calculations. The U.S. Space Command and Russia's space agency are both tracking the rocket core. The Russian statement noted that the re-entry would not, quote, affect the territory of Russian Federation, which is good. That's all they care about. The Space Command promised regular updates ahead of a potential re-entry. Because the booster is traveling 18,000 miles per hour, a change of minutes shifts the debris by hundreds or thousands of miles. It is only a few hours before re-entry that the predictions become more precise. Quote, "It's an engineering decision based on probabilities," Dr. McDowell said. He said the Chinese engineers could have designed the trajectory to remain suborbital, falling back to Earth right after launch, or they could have planned an additional engine firing to drop it out of orbit in a way that posed no possible danger. Quote, "It's not a trivial thing to design something for a deliberate re-entry, but it's nevertheless something that the world as a whole has moved to because we need to," said Ted J. Muehlhopt, Principal Director of Aerospace's Center for Orbital and Reentry Debris Studies. China plans many more launches in the coming months as it completes construction of the country's third space station called Tiangong, or Heavenly Place. Triggered. Flat Earthers triggered. That will require additional flights of the Mammoth rocket and the possibility of more uncontrolled re-entries that people on the ground will watch nervously, even if the risk from any single rocket stage is tiny. Quote, "It's in the shared interests of all nations to act responsibly in space to ensure the safety, stability, security, and long-term sustainability of outer space activities," Jen Psaki, the White House press secretary, said on Wednesday, adding that the United States hoped to promote responsible space behaviors.
Responsible space behaviors.
Yeah, she said she'd, after being asked to elaborate, she said she'll circle back.
Circle back, but I'll have to circle back.
Falling debris has long bedeviled space flight.
Yeah, and it goes, and this is an extremely long article after that, just goes into the history of space debris falling. But yeah, this is very interesting. You know, I saw in another location that, you know, of course, the United States rockets, and I think rockets for decades, have basically been designed where those boosters, they fall off before going into orbit. And so whether or not this one was designed to fall off before orbit and just didn't and entered orbit, or they just purposefully brought it all the way into orbit.
Yeah, I think I don't think it was designed to do that. I think that was kind of the point of that guy. And that's quoted in the article.
Do what? Saying, go into orbit or not go into orbit?
It was well, I don't know. Yeah, you're right. I don't know if it was designed to go into orbit, but it did go into orbit.
I know. So what I'm saying is this particular article didn't make it sound like it was an accident that it went into orbit, which I actually believe more than it was just an accident that it got into orbit. Because, I mean, that's all part of pretty well-established science. That's just a math thing, unless there was some problem with the actual machinery that didn't let it disconnect. This seems, they're giving the impression in this article that it was on purpose that it went into orbit, and which kind of just, I mean, I don't think would surprise anybody that the Chinese would do something that seems sort of reckless as far as the safety of any other country but their own, for the purposes of progress.
Maybe it just hit the firmament.
What if this was a secret, you know, I don't know, just to get, you know, wacky about it? Again, it seems like it would be much. I mean, the science is established as to how to not get these things in orbit and have them roll the dice on where they might fall back into Earth. So it seems purposeful, but if you want to take it one step further, maybe it's a disguised, a camouflage way of dropping missiles or bombs on a certain country.
It could be a whole lot of things. I'm sure China can use it potentially as like a negotiating chip. You know, like they have 24 hours. You know, we have space debris coming down. Hey,
you send us 1,000 Bitcoin, or else this rocket might fall.
Yeah,
onto your country.
The other thing that's kind of interesting is that what if this is it's maybe not this particular one, but as we kind of pay attention, because, you know, the article, the New York Times is making it sound like this is going to be a problem moving forward. These Chinese rockets are just going to continue to fall randomly all over the planet, and it's going to be an issue long into this decade or something. Is it like a way to force the hand of whoever owns the advanced technology to actually do something
to
about
show
it?
their hand?
Yeah,
to destroy the rocket as it falls?
Yeah.
Well, I've got a fun tweet for you.
Yep.
Over here, coming from @Breaking911. Breaking. U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says there's no plan to shoot down remnants of large Chinese rocket expected to plunge back through atmosphere this weekend. And there's a video there. I don't know, it's a minute and a half if you want to, if it's worth looking at.
This Chinese rocket will come down. Do you consider it a potential threat to the U.S., and do you have a plan for shooting it down if necessary?
Thanks, David. The latest estimates that I've seen is somewhere between the 8th and 9th, and the experts are still working on that. At this point, we don't have a plan to shoot the rocket down. We're hopeful that it will land in a place where it won't harm anyone, hopefully in the ocean or someplace like that. I think this speaks to the fact that for those of us who operate in the space domain, that there is a requirement, there should be a requirement to operate in a safe and thoughtful mode, and make sure that we take those kinds of things into consideration as we plan and conduct operations.
Do you even have the capability to shoot it down?
There's the question.
David, we have, as you know, we have the capability to do a lot of things, but we don't have a plan to shoot it down as we speak.
Okay.
David, as you know, we have the capability to do a lot of things, but we don't just want to show the Chinese what we're capable of doing. You know, I was going to say this would be a great job for FLIPPY. You remember the the quadro arm space FLIPPY to grab space junk and pull it into the atmosphere?
Yeah, but you'd have to. Does it have a mitt big enough to catch it?
Oh, FLIPPY is capable of a lot of things, Gons. I don't know about that. You know that, Gons. You know.
As you know.
As you know, Gons, FLIPPY is capable of things you cannot even imagine.
Yeah.
So this will be interesting. I mean, this is happening tomorrow, so we'll see what happens. But yes, who knows? It is a little bit reminiscent of, now again, I'm just kind of doing some wacky thinking here. You know how Putin, when a new U.S. president comes in, he always pushes the limits on what he can get away with the new president. Trump, he started flying bombers over Alaska and close to the East Coast just to see what the president would do. And then, of course, as we're seeing now with the new Biden administration, again, sending planes over Alaska off the West Coast and, bossing Biden around when it comes to Ukraine. Maybe China's kind of doing the same thing in a different way. Like, hey, oopsies, we dropped a rocket. U.S., can you do something about this? Are you capable of it? Show us your space lasers.
Well, yeah, I mean, along those lines, if this hurts or kills American civilians, would that be enough to officially go to war with China?
I don't know. That's a great question.
Because it's not really like
might be enough for us to accidentally drop something out of space.
Everyone's just gonna oops.
Just a tungsten rod. Yeah. The rod of God comes blasting down into Wuhan there.
Just that's a great excuse to blow up.
We dropped a rod of God on your viral institute.
Yeah. Oh, that would be fantastic. A great coincidence and just a way to get rid of the evidence and all that stuff.
Yeah, that would be like a 9/11 style evidence destruction operation.
I mean, the way Biden is and just the entire U.S. government right now is in the hands or in the palm of the Chinese Communist Party. I wouldn't put it past them that this is. We'll have to see it. I mean, I'm sure
we'll see how it plays
out. A lot
out.
of the Earth is ocean, so just knock out some.
You heard it here first, folks.
That's what I hear anyway. I haven't traveled.
A lot of the Earth is the ocean.
I haven't traveled the 7 seas all myself, so couldn't tell you.
All right. Well, I got some great mind control news for you. You're gonna want to hear, Guns.
Mind control intensifies.
Okay, this is coming from The Times. This is over on archive.org, but thetimes.co.uk. The headline is Inception Law Aims to Stop Mind Control. We've got a nice little picture of Leonardo DiCaprio and what is that person's name?
Elliot Page, who is now a man, right?
I don't know if it's a transition thing. I think it's a identification thing.
Yeah, well, it's not a transition
went
thing.
From Ellen to Elliot. All right. The article reads like this. Chile is aiming to become the first country to protect people from mind control, as the ability to tinker with brains once the stuff of science fiction comes close to reality. Guido Girardi, a senator, is leading moves to ensure Chileans' neuro rights. I think we touched on this a while back, but this is a little update for everybody.
Yeah.
Guido Girardi, a senator, is leading moves to ensure Chileans' neuro rights are enshrined by law and that the Constitution is reformed to recognize the need to protect, quote, fundamental human autonomy. In a prediction that echoes the plots of Hollywood films such as Inception, in which Leonardo DiCaprio plays a thief who steals information by infiltrating his target's subconscious, Girardi has said that the science, if unregulated, could threaten, quote, the essence of humans, their autonomy, their freedom, and their free will. He added, quote, if this technology manages to read your mind before you're aware of what you're thinking, it could write emotions into your brain, life stories that aren't yours. Wow, he's really taking this to the end game.
It's not really science fiction anymore because of, like you said, the technology. We reported on the story years ago. I think it was like 2014, 2013.
Yeah.
When they were able to implant memories into mice, mice brains.
They've done it to mice and slugs and
so
all sorts
it's already
of creatures.
A thing.
Yep. Girardi's proposal received unanimous support in Parliament last year and is being considered as part of a constitutional rewrite, which is likely to be finalized next year. Wow. Good job, Chile. You're on the list.
Chile.
You're on the list of possible places to migrate to if things go really south. The impetus has been the rapid advances in technology driven by efforts to beat disorders such as Parkinson's disease and epilepsy. Researchers have been testing methods to access and manipulate brain activity, but supporters of the technology say that it has the potential to help millions of people. In the United States, an initiative backed in 2013 by President Obama called Brain Research Through Advancing Innovative Neurotechnologies, is seeking to understand more about the causes and possible cures for brain disorders. The American tech billionaire Elon Musk is another prominent backer. He owns Neuralink Corporation, which is claimed to have has claims various. Hold on. He owns Neuralink Corporation, which has claimed various breakthroughs by implanting sensors in the brains of pigs. Okay, just a little typo there.
Okay.
In one experiment.
You want me to play the jingle or not?
I gave you some time.
I know. I didn't know if that was you were doing it here.
Typo.
In one experiment, an American tech. Nope.
What is happening?
In one experiment designed ultimately to help people with paralysis to use a computer or phone, the monkey was shown. Okay, we already know about Elon. This just ends as an ad for Elon Musk. Musk has also suggested the possibility of developing what he described as a save state for the brain. So if you were to die, your state could be returned in the form of another human body or a robot body, he said. You could decide if you want to be a robot or a person or whatever. Scientists have stressed that such a concept is not currently seen as remotely feasible. Yeah, well, there you go. Guido Gerardi got unanimous support for his free will anti-mind control. Not only are they just thinking about writing it, as a law, putting it in legislation, but actually doing a constitutional rewrite. So they're taking it very seriously.
Now, my question is there something in the U.S. Constitution that could that does a similar thing, just within the way it was written now?
You mean a currently written thing?
Yeah, as currently written, is there something that protects the mind of an individual?
Dude, I doubt it, because the First Amendment barely protects free speech. If there's anything protecting the mind, I'm sure it is as impotent as the other constitutional amendments.
Which is part of the discussion here, where I've been on this harp train, if you will, for a long time. Harp train, yeah. Where even during the Trump presidency, when everybody was stoked about Trump being elected, my whole thing was great, but nobody is talking about the technology that's not only affecting us already, but moving forward. There's no oversight. And clearly that was partly for rolling out the Rona. I think that was part of the deal of not having any kind of oversight or discussion, because they had plans to roll out the whole pandemic situation. But in terms of the mind and the brain and all that, again, there's nothing. So I'm actually very interested to see what Chile does, if there's going to be any pushback as they move forward. I know there's unanimous support now, but could all they need is one guy to get a lot of money from Elon or something to start a campaign against such a move in the Constitution. But again, it speaks to, okay, if there's nothing that protects us from this kind of thing in the United States, legally, at least in the legal world, do we need to go back and revisit the U.S. Constitution so that it addresses some of these issues of autonomy and privacy and stuff like that?
Yeah, of course we do. I mean, it's obvious that we do. Now, an interesting thing, they're calling it a constitutional rewrite in Chile, and I don't know exactly how their constitution works. In the U.S., it's not a rewrite. You just introduce some other amendment.
Right.
But interestingly enough, the Constitution, how it works in America, is kind of got a blockchain vibe, in that you don't necessarily delete amendments, at least as far as I know. You just add another amendment to change it. It's sort of an immutable record, if you will, of rights or whatever you want to call it. But yeah, I'm surprised that we have not heard more about someone doing the same thing in the U.S., while at the same time not surprised, because you have tons of companies who are, and not to mention the government, who don't necessarily want to be barred from mind control. And then at the same time, what would, the language look like?
Right.
Because, yeah, if you want to talk about mind control in a broad sense, advertising is mind control.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So does it have to have some kind of physical touch point?
What? There was a candidate. Ooh, I'm having to reach back deep into the filing cabinets here. But there was a candidate running who was listed on the list of candidates. I don't think they ever got a lot of attention. I think they put in their name for president, who specifically mentioned they want to stop voice to skull technology.
Oh, right.
Do you remember that?
I do remember that. Hold on.
I believe, you know what? I think it was a senator. Somebody was running for Senate or Congress, and specifically in their paperwork to become a candidate, they made a huge deal about wanting to stop voice-to-skull technology, which was, I think they were either with the Transhuman Party or they were like a Tea Partier who was against Transhumanist Party, something like that. I'm sorry I'm being so vague. I'm just reaching so far back in my memory banks. I can't remember much about it.
Well, Ron Paul looks like I don't know, maybe it was on his forum or something. People were talking about it back in 2008, the voice-to-skull technology, which has been, again, a well-known technology that the U.S. has had for a while.
Yeah.
And I'm sure they've abused it, or, we know they've abused it in foreign wars, pretending to be Allah and stuff like that. So, it's, again, I'm just saying. When is a politician going to make this part of his platform? And usually with the way politics operates, it'll be a little too late, I think.
Yeah, well, and the problem is that you sound like a nut job if you were to start talking about this as a politician.
I guess, but I mean, in that regard, I suppose, someone like Elon being out there is a good thing. I help out the wife on a technology board. It's like a little. I don't want to give too much info on it, but basically, I've been helping kind of the marketing and stuff like that for this technology thing that my wife is a part of, and they wanted us to send out these like email advertisements because it's it's like a nonprofit thing. You try to get people involved. And so somebody wrote, they wrote like a little piece on an individual who doesn't exist. They're like, hey, you can support these people who want to get into technology and all the STEM, which is like science, technology. What's E? I can't remember E. What's emerging or something?
Engineering.
Engineering. Okay, engineering and math. In the STEM field. And in the writing, it was this fictitious girl who's wants to become a scientist and all this. And the way they wrote it, it was like she wondered how what it would be like to have a Neuralink in her brain and all this. And it was like, oh man, seriously? We want to put this out there? Like, hey, you can support us. get this person to live her dream and be a part of the revolution of microchips and brains. It was not.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, man. It's generally, I mean, for someone who doesn't think too hard about it or doesn't have sort of an already developed cosmology around those things, it sounds like fun new gadget. There's some people where the Neuralink and connecting your brain to a computer, stuff like that, it's just the next version of the iPhone, the next version of the fun new gadget that, we're all going to wait in line for.
Yeah. Well, it's troubling. And, obviously you and I are probably not going to run for any offices anytime soon.
I don't know, man.
Welcome. I wonder if an anonymous character with googly eyes can actually run for office and remain anonymous throughout the whole process.
You know what? I think that I could
be
get
American.
The support of the libertarians. I could get the support of. I think I could even get the support of the transhumanists. They're like, "Oh, this guy's cool. He wears a VR mask all the time."
It'll be like the Caitlin for California thing. They're like, "Yeah," but then they look at your policies and they're all, "Ugh, what do we do?"
Right. That
really
is
torn.
Actually a great observation. Me running for some office would be myself to transhumanists is Caitlyn Jenner to the LGBTQ community.
Yes, very much.
All right, let's keep the show going.
Okay, here we go.
Waccine.
This is from GoodMorningAmerica.com. COVID-19 vaccines and kids. What we know so far.
Great.
Yeah, really pushing it. COVID-19 vaccine eligibility for teens and even younger children appears to be on the horizon. The U.S. excuse me. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration may grant emergency use authorization to Pfizer-BioNTech's coronavirus vaccine for teens and children ages 12 to 15 any day now. All people in America 16 years and older are already eligible to receive the Pfizer vaccine, and anyone 18 years and older is eligible for Moderna or Johnson & Johnson. Pfizer, which is currently conducting clinical trials with children as young as 6 months old, has said it will likely seek an emergency use authorization for its vaccine for children ages 2 to 11 in September. Ugh. Ooh. Moderna, which, like Pfizer, received emergency use authorization for its COVID-19 vaccine from the FDA in December, and Johnson & Johnson, which received emergency use in February, are also both currently conducting clinical trials with children. I mean, this just sounds like they're admitting child abuse, but I don't know. The rapid pace of progress has left parents searching for answers as quickly as the science develops. Here is what parents may want to know about the COVID-19 vaccines and kids to help them make decisions. So you ready, Basil?
I'm ready.
Okay, number 1. What is the science behind the COVID-19 vaccine? Oh, we've talked about this quite a bit, but what is Good Morning America telling the parents?
Okay.
All right. Both the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines use mRNA technology, which does not enter the nucleus of the cell and doesn't alter human DNA. Instead, it sends a genetic, quote, instruction manual that prompts cells to create proteins that look like the virus, a way for the body to learn and develop defenses against future infection. The Johnson & Johnson vaccine uses an inactivated adenovirus vector, AD26, that cannot replicate. The AD26 vector carries a piece of DNA with instructions to make the SARS-CoV-2 spike protein that triggers an immune response. The same type of vaccine has been authorized for Ebola and has been studied extensively for other illnesses and for how it affects women who are pregnant or breastfeeding. Now, this is a little deceptive because that paragraph is separated from the Johnson & Johnson paragraph, but it's talking specifically about the Johnson & Johnson, right?
Yeah.
Authorized for Ebola, that method, not for the mRNA stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
It just makes it sound like the same type of vaccine. Anyway, neither of these vaccine platforms can cause COVID-19. All right, so are you informed now?
Haven't heard anything I haven't heard before.
All right. Why do kids need to be vaccinated against COVID-19? This is point number 2. While have not been as many deaths from COVID-19 among children as adults. Okay, that's got to be a typo.
Of course.
Typo.
Particularly adults in high-risk categories, kids can still get the virus, and just as importantly, they can transmit the virus to adults. The American Academy of Pediatrics reported this week that children now make up 22.4% of all new weekly cases, and over 3.7 million children have been diagnosed during the pandemic. Quote, "There are really 2 big reasons why kids need to get vaccinated," explained Dr. Jennifer Ashton, ABC News chief medical correspondent. I wonder who Dr. Jennifer Ashton works for. She's got to be on a board for some big pharma thing here. Quote, "One of them is that it is possible that they can be infected and then unknowingly pass COVID-19 to someone with a serious or underlying pre-existing medical condition," she said. And also, though it's very uncommon and unlikely, it's still possible that children infected with COVID-19 can become seriously ill or worse. We have seen that.
Was it Ashton or Aston?
Ashton, Ashton. Jennifer
Okay.
Ashton.
Okay.
And the quote continues, "It's important to think in ripple effects outside the box," Ashton added. Quote, "It's not just your home environment that you need to worry about." Again, pretty common thing here. Number 3, will kids experience the same vaccine side effects as adults? Initial reports from the clinical trials say the vaccines were well tolerated, with side effects generally consistent with those observed in older participants, like fainting and people falling over and having menstrual, I don't know. Once the vaccine is authorized, more specific data on possible side effects will be made publicly available. Moderna announced Thursday that an initial analysis of its COVID-19 study with teens aged 12 to 17 found the majority of side effects were mild or moderate in severity and said no serious safety concerns had been identified. Number 4, will kids get the same dose of the vaccine as adults? Pfizer is asking for the same dosing for 12 to 15-year-olds as adults in its current request. Moderna and Pfizer are currently undergoing what's referred to as dosing trials, where researchers work to figure out how much of the vaccine kids can tolerate and how much they need to be protected. After researchers find an appropriate dose with the younger children, they'll move on to the second part of the trial, which includes splitting children into a placebo and treatment group. There's no legal protection for these kids? Oh.
Protection from whom?
The damages caused by these trials.
Oh, no.
And what are the parents that are like...
There's no compensation.
I mean, what are the parents that are like, oh, yes, I would volunteer my... They
believe the science, Gons.
Yeah, I guess.
They're true believers. They have faith in the science.
I suppose if throughout history... parents sacrificed their babies to Molech. This is, a little bit tamer than that. So.
Yeah.
Quote, we're looking to identify the optimal dose in the first set of kids, and then we'll substantially expand the number of kids involved in that study. Stephen Hoge, president of Moderna, said in an interview that aired Wednesday on World News Tonight. Quote, we hope that the data in the fall of this year, and obviously we'll submit it with regulators. Hold on. Quote, we hope to have that data in the fall of this year, and obviously we'll submit it with regulatory regulators and hope to be able to start vaccinating younger children by the end of the year, if not early next year. Why does it sound so nefarious? All right, so this next part is really the punchline or the big kicker here. Have you found anything about Ashton?
Yeah, so she's basically just a showbiz doctor. She is a doctor. Let's say a board certified obstetrician and gynecologist. Completed her residency at St. Luke's Roosevelt Hospital. She was an attending physician at Englewood Hospital and Medical Center, and is currently in private practice in New Jersey. But she's written several books: The Body Scoop for Girls, Your Body Beautiful, Eat This When You're Expecting, Not That. And then she got into television in 2006 as the first female medical contributor of Fox News Channel.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, then appeared on the Learning Channel, PBS, Oprah. She joined CBS News in 2019, CBS, co-hosted ABC television series, The Revolution. Then she, ABC World's Tonight. The Doctors, which was she was an on-air personality for a daytime talk show, The Doctors. As of March 2020, she's been a co-host of GMA3, What You Need to Know, which is a
Good Morning America.
Good Morning America. Interestingly, in her education, Columbia, Columbia University, which is that a CIA institution?
They're all Ivy League is like.
Yeah, Columbia. There's something very specific, but I forget what it was about Columbia. She is a real doctor, but recently has been a showbiz doctor.
Yeah, there's a whole CIA. Yeah, the CIA connection to a whole bunch of Ivy League schools, and it's been a long understood thing here. It's like a recruitment center. It's like getting people through the program, and then they can. And the other thing is. There are actual doctors, medical professionals who have fallen out of favor with the mainstream that were on Oprah and stuff like that. who, because they question what they're doing with the vaccines now, are just, they're canceled basically in their own kind of way. They're not allowed to go back on TV shows and mainstream news outlets and stuff because they're not towing the line of the basic mainstream narrative here. But okay, here's the big one. Number 5, could COVID-19 vaccine impact puberty, menstruation? ?
Yeah, this is the big one recently.
There is currently no clinical evidence to suggest the vaccines can have long-term effects on puberty or fertility, according to Ashton, a practicing board-certified OBGYN. Now,
and television doctor.
And television.
Weird how they don't like to mention that.
Yeah. If you and I have both kind of studied or at least looked into neurolinguistic programming.
Mm-hmm.
And this right here is very much of that ilk. Because it says there is currently no clinical evidence to suggest the vaccines
clinical evidence being also a keyword.
Clinical evidence to suggest the vaccines can have long-term effects on puberty or fertility. Because why, Basil? Because it's only been a few months since this thing has been out there. They've only been jabbing kids with it for a few months. How in the world are they going to have any evidence whatsoever of the effect, the long-term effects on puberty or fertility?
Even if a child was starting puberty when they, 4 months ago when we first started having the vaccine, there'd be no way to tell if it affected it by now.
Right. And so it's just appalling to me that they would say this. I mean, they're basically saying, we have no clue if this will have an issue with long-term effects on puberty or fertility, but we can't say that. So we're just going to say we currently have no clinical evidence.
Currently have no evidence, yeah.
And currently have no evidence makes it seem like, it's safe. For people not paying attention.
Clinical evidence, because we have not had any clinical studies, and you don't have clinical evidence for something you haven't clinically studied.
Right, exactly.
So, yeah, of course you don't have any clinical evidence.
Yeah. Yeah. So, again, this is a very sleight of hand move here to convince parents that, it must be safe. Yeah. And, the appeal to authority. It's a practicing board certified.
But to be fair, of course, we are questioning this mainstream authority. To be fair, they're not necessarily lying, and we don't. You and I also don't have any clinical evidence.
No, we don't.
So
no, we're not saying that there is, but just the way they make it sound. Of course, it just, it's a nice way to say they have no evidence whatsoever. Let me continue here.
Here's an interesting little detail. Milky T in the Twitch chat. This is not clinical evidence, but just an interesting comment. My cousin is a hairdresser. All of her hairdresser friends are complaining about clients getting jabbed and color not taking in their hair and the hair being more brittle. That's odd.
That is odd. Is that do you think it's a jab issue, or do you think that's a color dye supply quality issue?
I have no clinical evidence to say that.
I mean, the pandemic affected everybody in every sector, every business.
That's a good point. Yeah,
it could be just lower quality.
Might be a little flawed right now. Stop getting your hair dye from China.
I continue on here. Ashton noted that while there has been anecdotal discussion of the emotional event of finally receiving the vaccine temporarily impacting menstruation for adult women, the idea of the cause being from the vaccine itself, quote, defies science and biology.
Science is fascinating. That's anti-woman. That's going back to the hysterics.
Mm-hmm.
These women are just hysterical after getting their vaccine that it's affecting their menstruation. That's a dangerous line for them to walk. I don't know. We might have to cancel them.
Especially because they're kind of saying that psychology isn't. They shouldn't be under the sciences. They're more in the woo.
These women are just too emotional after they get the jab.
I thought that was very interesting because that has been part of the conversation, and there's been a lot of headlines that we've covered over the last few episodes of adult women, and even postmenopause.
Post-transition, transgender people menstruating again, and postmenopausal women menstruating again. This is bizarre.
Yeah, and the quote continues here. "It is really important to understand basic biology here," Ashton said. Quote, "Women can have changes in their menstrual cycle and also have gotten the vaccine. That doesn't mean that one caused the other."
Of course. The ongoing, what is it?
Correlation, not
correlation
causation.
does not equal causation, yeah.
Quote, "Right now, there is no puberty concern. There is no fertility concern," she added. That sounds like mind control, doesn't it? "There is no puberty concern.
Yeah.
There is no fertility concern." She's using a repetition.
Well, and it's also false. Because
that's what I was going to say.
There is concern. Maybe not by you, but people out there are concerned.
Which is exactly why you're even addressing it.
Yeah.
Hello.
Right.
Hello.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, anyway, that was the big one because, again, with puberty could be as long as 4 years, is what I read. It could be as long as 4 years. It usually takes a couple years for most kids, but there's just no way they would know. I mean, I don't know.
Right.
It's
that's the point. Yeah. And that's again the difference between actual science and the media communication. It's true. There is no clinical evidence to show that the vaccine would affect puberty because nobody's running clinical trials on the effects of puberty, and it's only been 4 months since children, less than 4 months since children have been getting it. It's been like 2 months. So yes, in the 2 months of children getting it, perhaps there's no clinical evidence, but that doesn't mean there won't be. And that just goes back to, again, to the sort of insulting part of the battle against vaccine hesitancy. There's a wide range of vaccine hesitancy, but at a very basic level, somebody can be hesitant exactly because there is no clinical trials on these things, and the trials were not long enough. And, whoever's getting the vaccine right now, they are the trial. And 2 or 3 months of children getting the vaccine is not enough to adequately, confidently say that it won't have an effect on puberty.
You know what I just thought of as the perfect analogy for what this situation might be is, have you ever watched the home shopping ladder blooper?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna play it because it's. I think it's only a minute long here. And
you played this recently too, I feel.
There's
just you and I before the show.
There's a katana one. There's a katana one where the guy's chopping. See, look, check it out, and the katana breaks and it slices him.
He goes, it got me.
Oh, the tip just got me. This is a little different though. This one is I love these bloopers. It's a guy. He's showing this lady this ladder that's supposed to. I don't know. It's kind of a weird looking ladder, but anyway, I'm gonna play it here. This is the analogy of what this Ashton doctor is doing or potentially doing with the vaccine here.
It's a very easy situation to operate. You just push the buttons in right here on the two sides. There are 2 little buttons, and all you do is push them in, and that will release it. And right here, push the button in, that releases it. And then after you let go,
there's no problem. There's no problem whatsoever.
So really, you're all set. And this is tough.
It is.
Listen, give you an example.
Okay, now he's climbing up on the ladder.
So you have you have to get up on the wall, high ceiling, vault the ceiling. Hey, listen, just walk right up.
See, look, there's no evidence that it's false.
Very safe. It's durable, and it's lightweight.
Scaring me.
So really, now it's locked in place. Okay. So really, you say,
"Oh God, Harold, are you okay?"
Actually, I didn't have it locked. You have to lock it. Once you lock it, you're okay.
Even after he falls, he keeps
when he's
going.
saying it's okay, you gotta lock it, he is full on scorpioned on the ground, backwards folded in half.
Oh, this makes me laugh. Sorry.
All right.
It brings me joy. But anyway, that's my analogy for this type of thing where, it's all fine. It's fine. And it can fall apart. It can start looking like it's problematic. but they'll just keep saying, no, it's fine. No, now it's working. And then eventually it's going to be face
and
palm.
Again, just
on the
to reiterate, there's a lot of variation within the vaccine hesitancy. Sure. We are simply saying that saying that there's no clinical evidence that it affects one thing or another is just it's a true statement, but it's just not enough for a lot of people, and I think a lot of people would agree with that.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, there's more here, but
thing?
Yeah, there's more here from this article, but it's not really worth talking about. The only other thing I had a couple other links that just to demonstrate that the basic narrative here is being promulgated in the mainstream. You have the Philadelphia Inquirer. They had an article, Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine for kids and teens, safety and side effects explained. And it's basically the same thing. They did mention here, in this particular one from the Philadelphia Inquirer, that in March, Pfizer reported results from a study with 2,260 children ages 12 to 15, none who received the vaccines contracted COVID-19. There were 18 cases of COVID-19 among the children who received the placebo. And then it says that doesn't necessarily mean the vaccine is 100% effective among children. And then there's a doctor quoted, "Nothing is 100% effective." He's the director of the Vaccine Education Center at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. Quote, "But you can say with confidence it is highly effective." So again, a lot of dancing around.
Yeah. Well, that's those are the clinical trials that have been done, is that it's shown to reduce the severity of COVID, reduce your ability to catch it. Those numbers are not necessarily what's being disputed either. No. Now, again, a similar thing with the clinical trials thing is they never actually did adequate measuring of if you're able to shed the disease once you are vaccinated. So as of now, the clinical there's no clinical evidence to show that you can't spread the disease while you have the vaccination either. So anyways, here's a fun clip.
Which one's the clip? Oh, yeah. Before we get to the clip, one more headline here. This is from the Houston Chronicle. Houston toddler first to receive COVID vaccine in Baylor, Texas children's trial for young kids.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, people are already receiving it here beyond just the trials, which is, and again, it goes through the same exact thing. And it talks about herd immunity, which I thought was kind of interesting, that they're really pushing this.
Are we back on herd immunity exists or doesn't exist? I forget what the official science is nowadays.
The official narrative now is that the only way to get it is with vaccines. You can't just naturally come to herd immunity.
Dang. So thousands of years of human beings getting diseases and diseases spreading and then dying out is not because of natural herd immunity?
Yeah, this is the part I wanted to read. So in a subsection here in this article, on the way to herd immunity, it says vaccinating children is key to reducing COVID-19 infections, children's health experts say. In Texas, where census data shows 25.5% of the population is under 18, immunizing that slice of the state will vastly slow the spread of the virus. It kind of sounds inhuman. I don't know. Yeah. Slice of the people, the humans under 18. Data indicates youth are now contracting the virus at higher rates. At the end of April 2020, kids made up 3% of COVID-19 cases nationwide. As of last week, they made up more than 22% of cases, according to the American Academy of Pediatrics. You know why? Probably because the number of...
That'll lie with statistics.
Yeah, the number of people that actually are getting infected is going way down because they got like half the country vaccinated or whatever. So the percentages will look more scary, but it doesn't mean the actual number of kids that get infected with the COVID went up.
Show us what the actual number is.
Yeah. That'll lie with statistics. While children are more likely to have asymptomatic or mild COVID-19 infections, they could still face severe symptoms and die from complications of the virus. Texas Children's has diagnosed more than 14,000 cases of COVID-19 in youth since last spring. How many have died? They don't say, because that doesn't really help the conversation. Quote, "It's difficult to predict which child has severe disease due to COVID," said Dr. James Versalovic, interim pediatrician-in-chief at Texas Children's Hospital. Quote, "We have enough data to indicate we can stop the spread by vaccinating children and adolescents." What? They have enough data for that? What data?
Well, that is interesting how they're separating out children and adolescents. I just did a quick search, how many children tested positive for COVID. And it's funny reading down the list of things here. On August 11th, 2020, at least 97,000 children tested positive for coronavirus. Nearly 100,000 children tested positive. Nearly 3 million children have tested positive.
Wait, so what children, what's it, under 18?
Right. And exactly. Nearly 3 million children under the age of 19.
Okay.
So they're adding in, all the way up to 18 years old. But in the sentence you just read, they're talking about children and adolescents. So again, what are you categorizing as children?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just interesting how the doctors and everybody that's quoted, they always talk about just the data. The data shows that if you get vaccinated, we'll have herd immunity. Well, we can curtail the virus.
Yeah, of course.
Deceptive, in my opinion, but that's what mainstream does.
Well, I mean, I don't know. And again, it's just the language, because it's not necessarily deceptive. Vaccinations will curb infections. At least that's what the current data shows. However, it's not the only way to reach herd immunity. Yeah. You're not a bad, immoral person if you are waiting to get the vaccine, or just decide not to get the vaccine. You're an individual human being that doesn't need to be shamed into some sort of medical tyranny. Anyways, let's move on. Let's look at this clip. We've been hanging on this children thing for too long.
Okay. All right. Well, this is a clip that came out of a lady, I guess she's a nurse or a medical practitioner, pharmaceutical lady. What's the caption here?
She's a pharmacist, I think.
Chemists and doctors are questioning the corrupt narrative. Watch as a sealed up Waccine, interesting how they use the Waccine, is opened.
People are catching on,
I
buddy.
know. Is opened to find no ingredients, directions, or anything listed at all, just white blank paper. Long live freedom, fist bump. Here's the lady.
All right, I'm gonna make this video for you because I had to video it so that you'll believe me, because frankly, I didn't believe it myself. So here's a brand new, sealed, perfectly sealed, brand new box of the J&J vaccine. You can see here, I'm going to
Johnson & Johnson's Jensen's.
Break this open, and perfectly on top is this perfectly normal.
She took out the folded piece of paper.
The big piece of paper that comes with these medications.
And she's unrolling it now.
There's a lot of safety and efficacy data. In fact, all of the normal information that we would find in a package insert, like the ingredients, that would all be found right here in the package insert.
She's unwrapping a completely blank piece of paper.
Must be magic. It's all blank. The whole thing. Except for this part. That's the only thing not blank.
There's one square.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, the part of the paper that is on the outside of the big, folded up piece of paper that would give you the impression that it is not blank until you actually open it, and it's just got some QR codes and stuff. But yeah, this was weird, man. This was pretty weird, man. Yeah, have you ever tried to read these? That's the biggest one I've ever seen. It starts out
humongous. That thing's like a poster.
An inch wide by maybe 5 inches long, and it's about an inch thick. And she unfolds this thing like some sort of magical map that I mean, it's got like about 100 folds in it, and it's just a completely blank piece of paper that's, about 2 feet by 4 feet, maybe. Yeah, pretty weird. I mean, there's a couple of ways that this could be. Either they just wanted to save money and didn't actually print things on the paper and just figured nobody would open it up, because it is an intimidating stack of folded paper.
Yeah.
And I'm sure, most of the time people don't open that up. Doctors, they're just getting into the box for the medication or the vaccine and don't bother looking at all the ingredients and stuff.
Yeah, and also a lot of times with the pieces of paper like that, it's got a lot of the liabilities written on there, a lot of like legal language. Right. And they usually
Side
have
effects.
And they usually have it in multiple languages, which it makes it bigger. It makes it seem like a bigger document. They'll have it in English and French and German and whatever. But to have nothing, that is very strange.
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. I mean, it just seems deceptive. Like, if there was some sort of reason why you wouldn't put it in there that's like not deceptive, why not just not put it in there?
Yeah.
And the other part of me thought like, oh, maybe it's all digital. That's why there's the the QR code. Like, oh, just put a little QR code. If you want all this information, scan the QR code. You can get it digitally and you can read it that way. But why bother with the giant piece of paper and folding it up and putting it in there so deceptively?
Well,
they're like, we'll make it as thick and intimidating as possible, so they ignore it and just use the QR code.
If I'm playing, if I'm trying to be the objective guy, there was a QR code, which you might be right. Maybe they're like, hey, we're going to save a little money on ink, but we already have these giant papers, and we already have them. So let's just, to make sure the box is plush when you close it and stuff like that.
I guess.
It could have been just like
I mean, the money you'd save on ink, I don't think.
I know.
Talking about a minuscule amount of cost.
It could have been a logistic thing, but regardless, it is very bizarre.
Still deceptive, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
The Broken 76 in YouTube says, my neighbor is a pharmacist. I'm going to ask him tomorrow. Yeah, if you can. The Broken 76. Ask anybody out there if you know a pharmacist or are a pharmacist, or maybe anybody in the medical industry. If there's a good reason why this insert would be completely blank, let us know.
It's big enough to be a blanket, too. It's humongous. The piece of paper, that is.
Yeah.
And the other thing, I lost it. I had it in my brain, and it just slipped away. What was I going to say?
Bummer.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember. Anyway.
Okay. Well, let's talk about shedding a little bit, shall we?
Let's do it.
Okay. I like how we paused. I paused for a second, like, okay, time for the shedding jingle.
A pandemic special.
There we go. Okay, so we're going to head over to Politifact, and this is this technically a fact check, or is this just a article? I think this is an article, but it says Facebook fact checks.
It is a fact check.
Okay, so here's a fact check, and it says debunking the anti-vaccine hoax about vaccine shedding. Now, right off the bat, I'm already a little triggered about the term vaccine shedding. I feel a straw man coming on, but let's continue. In April, faculty and staff at the small Miami private school received a letter telling them that if they chose to get the COVID-19 vaccine, they would have to keep their distance from students. A week later, one fifth-grade student sent an email home to her parents from the school. The teacher is telling us to stay away from you guys, the student wrote, according to reports. We covered this story. The episode at the Centner Academy is the latest example of online misinformation seeping into the real world. School co-founder Layla Centner framed the policy as a matter of protecting the unvaccinated people from, quote, being negatively impacted by those who got their COVID-19 shots. Quote, we have at least 3 women with menstrual cycles impacted after having spent time with a vaccinated person, Centner said. The notion that the COVID-19 vaccines can be shed, like the coronavirus itself, is a conspiracy. that has been created to weaken trust in the vaccines. Now, notice again, they're using the term conspiracy that has been created to weaken it. I mean, the term conspiracy is like a group planned secret plot.
Yeah.
So I think it's being used here as a term to mean crazy fake news perpetrated by Donald Trump.
The anti-vaxxers colluded to come up with this thing to weaken trust.
I think they meant to say conspiracy theory. At least use the correct derogatory phrase.
Yeah, you didn't get the CIA memo.
Yeah, you can't use conspiracy theorists. That's our word. Moving on. Has been created to weaken trust in the vaccines, said Christopher Zahn, Vice President of Practice Activities at the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists. Interesting.
Practice activities?
Yeah, that is strange.
You just pretend to be a doctor?
It is strange. Let me jump over and check with Dr. Ashton, because she is a obstetrician and gynecologist. I wonder if she's in this group, the American
activities. I did remember what I was going to say about this last clip here.
Okay.
Just harkening back for a moment. It was a J&J vaccine.
Yeah.
So what if it was another Pfizer conspiracy?
Could be. It could be part of the anti-J&J lobby.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be that effective. It's like, what are we going to do to undermine the J&J vaccines? I know. Leave all the instructions and liabilities thing blank.
Yeah, I certainly don't want the J&J vaccine. Let's keep moving. The script-flipping narrative not only dissuades people from getting the vaccine, but also seeks to isolate or punish those who have. We identified that as well. The misinformation has taken hold anyway, well beyond the school in Miami. Businesses in Canada asked vaccinated customers to stick to curbside pickup. And on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, users shared warnings that serious side effects, including menstrual irregularities and infertility, can come from contact with vaccinated people. Oh, sounds like these vaccinated people don't like being called being isolated and left out from social activities. Oh, a little bit of their own medicine, huh? Yeah. Politifact talked to medical experts about what emerged in April as a prevailing narrative within the anti-vaccine community. Look at them. They're using the actual full-on anti-vaccine word, not even vaccine hesitancy. The claims about vaccine shedding are not only false, but also biologically impossible, given the construction of the COVID-19 vaccines. Okay. I can't wait to hear the science behind this. Quote, there is absolutely no biological mechanism for any COVID-19 side effects or vaccine components to shed to others, said Dr. Shruti Gohil, the Associate Medical Director for Epidemiology and Infection Prevention at University of California, Irvine. Vaccine components. Do you think that the spike protein counts as a vaccine component? Because there's no spike protein in the actual vaccine. It just, so, if we're talking, going back to, does the spike protein shed, that is technically not an ingredient in the vaccine.
Right. That's very, good catch, because it could be that the whatever's in the vials of the jab aren't necessarily being shed or spread, but the spike protein itself could be spread around with pheromones or whatever. Yeah.
And even the claims of this vaccine shedding thing, the anti-vaxxers, they're not saying that the vaccine spreads. They're saying they've explicitly said, like, oh, there's some sort of hormone or pheromonal or spike protein shedding. Nobody's saying that the vaccine itself jumps from one person to another. They're just saying that it causes the body to do weird things that might affect other people's bodies. So right here, they're arguing against something that is not even nobody's making a case for. Anyways, let's move on. COVID-19 vaccines do not shed. The notice sent out at Centner Academy stirred so much controversy that a reporter asked about it during a White House press briefing, but the facts aren't up for debate. Oh, none of the 3 COVID-19 vaccines approved for use in the U.S., quote, can possibly affect a person, that's AFFCT, a person who has not been vaccinated. And this includes their menstruation, fertility, and pregnancy, said Dr. Jennifer Gunter, a gynecologist who has written about the vaccines in a blog post. Okay.
Fact check blog post.
Yeah, so notice they asked during a White House press briefing.
Oh, my gosh.
And were responding with a blog post.
Okay, I just happened to be kind of surfing around on the side here to look for some stuff, and just happens to be I just happened to be looking at a Jennifer Gunter tweet, and in response to this, and maybe she's quoted in here too.
It's Gunter, by the way, Gunter.
Yes. What did I say?
Okay. You said Gunter.
Gunter. And her tweet is, "This is effing madness. Businesses saying vaccinated people need to only do curbside pickup to protect the women." And she has like screenshots from Instagram. Yeah. But her avatar on Twitter is less than appropriate for the show. Let's just say that.
Really?
Yeah, like woman part with an upside down question mark.
Sounds fun.
Yeah, but it's like vector style, so it's not like super obvious, but
it's clinical. We can show clinical things, but no need. Yeah, she's a gynecologist, so there you go. That's her money
marketing.
maker.
Her marketing is just okay. Anyway, go on.
Okay, she says in the blog post, "Let me be very clear: the COVID-19 vaccines cannot affect anyone by proxy. Quote, in fact, the opposite is true."
Oh.
Added John Grabenstein, the Associate Director of Scientific Communications at the Immunization Action Coalition. Quote, by being vaccinated, one avoids being infected, so one does not become a COVID-19 virus factory. Okay, sure, all right, fine.
Yeah, but then what if... yeah, okay, all right.
I mean, it's just funny. It's like quite the opposite, actually. Vaccine makes you not get sick. Like, yeah, okay, we get it. We know that.
Except the Salk University study that showed the spike protein itself gets people all messed up.
I got it all lined up.
Okay.
By the way, in response to this, I also put the Pfizer shedding paper here. But it's the whole paper. Do you remember? Would you be able to find the exact spot where it talks about shedding?
Yeah, I'll look for it.
Okay, look for it. The vaccines use different technologies to instruct cells to make versions of one spike protein found on the coronavirus, so the immune system can mount a response to it, said Dr. Paul A. Offit, chair of vaccinology. Yes, we all know this. The Pfizer, BioNTech, and Moderna vaccines use messenger RNA, or mRNA. The Johnson & Johnson vaccine uses the adenovirus that's been altered to make it harmless. In a statement, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention described this process this way. Okay, you don't need to explain vaccines to us. We understand. We've spent a year talking about this. Okay. I'm going to do this. Quote, COVID-19 vaccines give instructions to teach our cells how to make protein, or even just a piece of a protein. That triggers an immune response inside our bodies. After the protein piece is made, the cell breaks down the instructions and gets rid of them. The immune response, which produces antibodies, is what protects us from getting infected if the real virus enters our bodies. The process occurs, quote, in much the same manner that you make insulin or hemoglobin or myosin or any of the other hundreds and hundreds of proteins that your body makes every day. Offit said, quote, if I come and stand next to someone, I'm not going to catch their insulin, he said. They're not going to transfer insulin from them to me. That's the level of thinking. So you get a nice little straw man there. Nobody's saying that insulin is contagious, or nobody's saying any of those things, but he felt it important to tell us. Some live virus vaccines in history have shed the virus, though enough to affect others, including the oral polio vaccine and a rotavirus vaccine, experts said. The phenomenon, known as contact immunity, played a role in eradicating polio because one child's vaccination could inoculate others indirectly. In rare cases, the oral polio vaccine could actually cause illness. Okay, so they're taking a second to admit that it's not completely crazy, that there is historical precedent for this. But the oral polio vaccine has not been used in the U.S. for years, said Kelly L. Moore, deputy director of the Immunization Action Coalition. And none of the COVID-19 vaccines authorized in the U.S. are live virus vaccines. There's PolitiFact previously debunked social media posts that claims exposure to vaccinated people could trigger menstrual cycles and fertility problems in unvaccinated women, along with similar posts that said, oh, dang, we should probably see how they did on that one, but I bet it's pretty good. Along with similar posts that said the vaccines could cause death or disease in unvaccinated people by shedding. Further, there is, quote, absolutely no evidence whatsoever that the shots cause fertility problems, miscarriages, or menstrual irregularities in people who get inoculated themselves, Gohill said. Okay, so I guess, it's just a coincidence that miscarriage rates have raised so much in the past couple months. The thinking for some of the false claims about fertility in particular is that the vaccines can stunt the recipient's ability to get pregnant because the spike protein resembles a protein on placental cells called syncytin-1. But the two proteins aren't similar enough to trick the immune system into attacking the placental cells. Quote, there isn't molecular mimicry, Offit said. If there was, then people infected with COVID-19 would have experienced the same problem. Offit pointed to the phase 3 vaccine trials as evidence they don't hinder pregnancies. Pfizer and Moderna did not accept people who were pregnant into their trials, and they asked participants not to get pregnant, Offit said, but some women got pregnant anyways. 36 in total across the two trials, each of which enrolled more than 30,000 participants. Okay, so, I mean, they're just saying because 36 people got pregnant, then that means that nothing could go wrong, because it didn't in 36 trials, 36 people. Oh, I lost my spot. Quote, if it was true that the vaccine affected fertility, then all of those pregnancies should have been in the placebo group, he said, but they weren't. They were equally divided among the two groups. Isn't that just so convenient that the 36 were equally divided? What's 36 divided by 2? 18. It's 18, yeah. They were equally divided among the two groups, which is to say that the vaccines neither promoted nor negated your ability to get pregnant. Okay, I mean, just a pretty astounding coincidence that exactly half of 36 just happened to be in both groups.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. I guess we just got to take you at your word there. The trials didn't reveal concerns about the vaccine's impact on menstruation either, experts said. Some anecdotal reports of menstrual changes have since surfaced, but no study has identified the shots as the direct cause.
Again,
I know.
The timeline on all this stuff is just so infuriating. Well, it's like it's just happening, but they're like, well, we don't have any studies for it. So.
No study has identified this. Oh, this is interesting. They have a link on where they say no study.
I'm looking at it, the Nebraska Medicine article.
Nebraska Med, COVID-19 vaccines, irregular periods, and spike protein shedding.
They're saying that there's no evidence that suggests COVID-19 vaccine are making periods irregular. Quote, some people reported on social media that the period after a COVID-19 vaccine was different or changed in some way from what they usually expect, says OBGYN Jennifer Griffin Miller, MD, MPH. Quote, this was not identified in the clinical trials of the vaccines. There's also no biological mechanism based on how the vaccines work that would explain these occurrences. Your period can fluctuate for many reasons, including diet, stress, exercise, illness, and pregnancy. Nebraska Medicine OBGYN Karen Carlson, MD, writes about how pandemic stress can affect periods. Oral contraceptive and other medications can also change periods, especially if they change hormones. I mean, yeah, we just get into kind of the explanation.
The funny part about these fact checks is like, no. See, the vaccine can't affect periods, but in case you didn't know, birth control can affect
These are all the things that can.
Yes, having a baby can affect your menstrual cycle. Here's some other things that could do it, but in a nameless, we're just going to have this doctor just tell you, I was going to say nameless study, but not that I'm insinuating these doctors are nameless, but that's the funny thing about this PolitiFact article is they say, no, the vaccine can't do that. This can do that. This can do that. And here's a doctor saying that it can't be done.
Just real quick, finish your thought there, and then I have a thing here. So go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, the point is that, again, they're just not doing a great job. People are asking for the science. We're asking for trials. And they're saying, no, there are no trials, and just listen to this doctor. No, we don't have any. Why would you need evidence? Just listen to this doctor.
So this Nebraska Medicine article that's linked here, it talks about the Pfizer document. So I have the Pfizer document here. I'm going to have it side by side here.
Okay.
And it says in the Nebraska Medicine article on page 67 of this document from Pfizer, there's a section titled Regulatory Reporting Requirements for SAEs. SAE stands for Serious Adverse Events. In this section, the document lists events that should be reported, including various types of exposure. Quote, exposure just means that someone somehow came in contact with the substance being studied. And, quote, study intervention refers to the vaccine itself, the medicine intervention being studied. This document is not discussing viral shedding or even indicating that there's a potential for viral shedding. It also is not actually reporting adverse events. What? It's just telling healthcare providers how to document and track various types of potential adverse events. Okay, so let's go to the document and take a look. All right, so this is page 67 of the Pfizer document. Exposure during pregnancy, an EDP occurs if. An EDP is exposure during pregnancy. The bullet points. A female participant is found to be pregnant while receiving or after discontinuing study interventions. Male participants who is receiving or has discontinued study interventions exposes a female partner prior to or around the time of conception. So again, there's that exposure word, right?
Mm-hmm.
A female is found to be pregnant while being exposed or having been exposed to study intervention due to an environmental exposure. Below are examples of environmental exposure during pregnancy. And it's a sub point here. A female family member or healthcare provider reports that she is pregnant after having been exposed to the study intervention by inhalation or skin contact.
Right.
It says skin contact.
Yeah. An example of this would be if someone came in contact by skin contact or inhalation.
So is this saying, I guess their counter move can be, oh, no. It means directly to the skin. So like they're walking through the thing and some lady, oh no,
like if you spill
a vial,
the vaccine on your skin.
Yeah. That's probably what they'll say. And then the other point here, a male family member or healthcare provider has been exposed to the study intervention by inhalation or skin contact, then exposes his female partner prior to or around the time of conception. So
yeah, okay.
So if let's say that first case scenario, the nurse, oh no, a vaccine goes flying through the air and it shatters on the wall and a little bit gets on a woman's skin, or a male skin for this example, a guy's skin, and then he gets in contact with his wife, and his wife is exposed to it, and there is an emergency during pregnancy.
Right.
They're just talking about how it's reported. They're not saying that there's anything there. I don't know. It's just I don't know. I don't get medical talk.
Either way, again, yeah, we're not medical professionals, so don't take anything we say at face value. We're just reading the document, and you can read the document yourself. But the fact of the matter is there is a decent amount of text specifically devoted to the concept and what to do if you come into skin contact with someone who has been exposed to the vaccination.
Right.
And it goes further into abnormal pregnancy outcomes, considered SAEs. If the outcome of the pregnancy meets the criteria for SAE, goes into, you bullet point here, spontaneous abortion, including miscarriage and missed abortions, neonatal deaths that occur within 1 month of birth should be reported. And they definitely should be reported without regard to causality as SAEs. In addition, infant deaths after 1 month should be reported as SAEs. So as far as the Nebraska medicine, I mean, they are not incorrect in saying that the document is telling people how to report these things. But the fact of the matter is, if there's nothing to be concerned about, I mean, why even make a big deal about reporting if you come in skin contact with someone who's been vaccinated, if it's not something to pay attention to? And I think at the very least, the fact that quote unquote anti-vaxxers are paying attention to it is in line with what's laid out in the document.
Right. So
there you go.
Once again, it's a little more nuanced. There's a little bit of there's a middle ground here that your run-of-the-mill anti-vaxxer may not be entirely accurate when they talk about vaccine shedding, but also the debunkers aren't really meeting them or giving them any kind of runway to a bridge is not being built here.
Well, and the fact of the matter is, and this is the main complaint, is the science doesn't exist on a lot of these things. Yeah. And it's being handled in the media that
it's all
because
conclusive.
The science doesn't exist, they're saying then you have nothing to worry about. And the vaccine hesitancers and the anti-vaxxers are just saying, hey, the science doesn't exist. We don't like it. We don't want it until the science exists. And the fact checkers are saying, well, it doesn't exist, so just get vaccinated.
It's like the ladder guy,
Yeah.
There's some wiggly ladder, and he's like, well, it's in place now. This is just how it's supposed to be.
I mean, that's the thing that drives me crazy about this, is it's like, and of course, we saw that Merriam-Webster changed the definition of anti-vaxxer. But the point is, at the very basic level, and yes, there are anti-vaxxers who would disagree with me, and they won't like me putting it in such light terms. But the point is, at a very basic level, it is okay to be hesitant about vaccines because there's not enough science on it. That is totally okay. No matter what Politifact or Nebraska Medicine or anybody coming out and saying, well, the science doesn't exist, so just get vaccinated, okay? The impression that gives me is that, the science doesn't exist, so will you please be the experiment? No, thank you.
Yeah, it says in the last paragraph here, in the Nebraska Medicine article, pregnant women are usually excluded from clinical trials. However, Pfizer began officially enrolling pregnant women into their ongoing COVID-19 vaccine clinical trial in February. More data will likely become available later this fall. So,
great. Well, let's wait till fall then. How about that?
Let's wait till fall. It's before we come out with the Politifact articles.
Yeah, and we can skip reading the Salk thing. But again, just to wrap up the whole shedding conversation, I think someone who's really paying attention to the science is not worried about the vaccine itself seeping out of someone else's pores and jumping into my pores or whatever. Yeah. The main worry is, what is it causing the vaccinated person's body to do, and how can that affect someone who is unvaccinated? Again, there's so many complicated systems in the body, in hormones and pheromones, and even just shedding the spike proteins. You know, we don't know. I'm not a medical professional, but there's people asking the question, hey, if a vaccinated person's body gets turned into a spike protein factory, and can those spike proteins shed? I don't know. Can they? Because we know from the Salk Institute, salk.edu, that the spike protein plays additional key role in the illness. The spike protein that is being created in the body of a vaccinated person has its own additional key role in the illness. Doesn't even need the SARS-CoV-2 virus attached. The spike proteins themselves are causing problems. And that's from the Salk Institute. The masters of pro-vaccination, founded in name for what is his name? Jonathan Salk, the creator of the polio vaccine.
Yeah, S-A-L-K, Salk.
Yeah,
not sulk like be silent out of annoyance or disappointment. You know.
Yeah, Jonas Salk. Excuse me, Jonas Salk.
Oh. Jonas, huh?
Yeah, not Jonathan Salk.
All right. Well, I think we get the point here. And this is, again, and they list it in the PolitiFact article. We don't have to finish it, but it mentions Dr. Tenpenny, Doctors Christian Northrup, Lawrence Palevsky. Then it has to mention InfoWars, far-right website banned by Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
America's Frontline Doctors, a physician group, has spread baseless claims about the coronavirus. They can't come up with new words. Like once a word is like thrown out there for the shield against any kind of skepticism about this, they just go with it. You know, baseless claims, baseless claims,
baseless.
So, all right. Well, we get it. Fact check is fact checked. We just fact checked you, PolitiFact. And what's your rating on the PolitiFact fact check, Basil?
Impotent.
Ooh. Moving on here. I'll take this one. This one is from New York Times. A town in Japan spent COVID relief funds on a giant squid statue.
Cool. Why?
Kraken, baby. It's coming. It's a symbol. A coastal town in Japan has provoked debate after spending nearly $230,000 in federal COVID-19 relief money on a 43-foot statue of a flying squid. Noto, a fishing town where the squid is a delicacy, erected a statue in March in a bid to promote tourism after the pandemic subsides. The 5.5-ton pink sea creature sits outside a squid-themed restaurant and tourist center.
That is a big statue.
It's humongous.
That is an enormous statue.
Tetsuji Shimoyachi, a town official, said he hoped the statue would be, quote, a driving force attraction in the post-COVID period. But the giant squid's unveiling provoked questions among some of the 16,000 residents of the town, roughly 180 miles northwest of Tokyo, who wondered whether there weren't better uses of its emergency relief fund.
What was the amount of money spent again?
$230,000.
Wow, that's a lot of money.
Yeah. One Twitter user asked how the world would view the installation of a giant squid, quote, in a country where vaccines were not provided, PCR testing isn't increased, and the medical system has collapsed. Yeah, man, I should go over there and untrigger these folks in my homeland there. Mr. Shimoyachi acknowledged that residents had raised concerns about whether the money should have been spent elsewhere. He said that of the $6.2 million in coronavirus relief that the town received from the Japanese government last year, it had spent about $2.5 million on infection control measures and $1.3 million to promote local businesses and employment, and still had money left over after purchasing the squid statue. The town.
Wow.
Listen to this right here. The town has recorded fewer than 30 coronavirus cases since the pandemic began.
Wow.
Less than 30 cases, not deaths. Cases. Spend the money on a squid statue. I'm all for the squid statue.
Yeah, it sounds like that might be the best use of those funds.
Yeah, get some tourist attraction. We want to go see the giant squid. Get a little local economy moving, you know? It looks like you could even step inside the squid, by the way. There's a giant hole at the bottom of it.
We gotta go here, man. They deserve it. We need to go buy some sushi in this town.
In all, Japan allocated $41 billion in emergency subsidies to municipalities last year to address the pandemic and its economic impact. So technically, because they're trying to make it a tourist attraction, they are addressing the post-pandemic, thing with an attraction like that. It's not completely wasteful. Mr. Shimoyachi said that Noto was historically a center of squid fishing in Japan, but that catches had significantly declined because of competition from Chinese and North Korean boats. Tourism has also fallen, which led to the town to build the tourist center in a bid to attract visitors, although Mr. Shimoyachi said that it was too soon to start a marketing campaign. I think the marketing campaign just started on Canary Cry News Talk. Japan has controlled the virus better than many countries.
Where's my money, Japan?
I know, I want some yen.
Give me some yen.
Japan has controlled the virus better than many countries, but has faced a recent spike in cases in Tokyo and other municipalities. The surge has prompted a new round of economic restrictions, criticism of Japan's slow vaccine rollout, and questions over whether the country should proceed with the Tokyo Olympics, which are scheduled to begin in July. Although that was helped out by Pfizer. I think Pfizer donated a whole bunch of jabs, to Japan for the Olympics. So that's all good.
Yeah.
But there you go. The giant squid.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Do you have it up on the screen?
I do.
You do. It's beautiful.
It's a gorgeous
full
squid.
Color.
Cracking,
it looks like
baby.
something that would be at it would be a kid's playground at a aquarium.
Yeah. Yeah.
I want to play on it.
It looks like you can step into it and go on the inside and the whole deal.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay. Well, beautiful. Great job, Japan.
Good job, Japan.
Let's see here. Parks.
Yeah, this one was just I don't know, a little Gaia worshipy.
Oh.
But
yeah. Okay, well, we can just do a quick little what is this one that you don't have a link for? Do you have a whole thing on that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I do, yeah.
All right. Well, just talk about parks real quick. This is Vice.com, so you know it's cool. Parks carried the pandemic year on their backs. Here's how to thank them. Parks carried the pandemic year on their backs. Okay. I don't see any big thanks for video games, but okay, parks. Let's see. Even people who weren't a fan of parks before these, quote, it's not safe to hang out with almost anyone indoors times, have got to hand it to the great publicly regulated outdoors for being the COVID-19 social space MVP. The healing power of going outside and seeing a little green space, the fulfillment that comes from getting a nice and sweaty in the sunshine, the chance to hold court on a blanket with a rotating cast of friends like some kind of visiting dignitary. Can't beat it. But parks don't exist in a vacuum, according to Roxanne Sutton, Director of Communications for the National Recreation and Parks Association, the NRPA. A ton of work goes into keeping our parks running smoothly. During COVID-19, Sutton told Vice, quote, there was this recognition of how important these spaces are to our mental health and our physical health. When gyms closed, parks were open. I say it all the time. I wouldn't have made it through the pandemic without my local parks.
I don't know if that's true.
Yeah, there was definitely people getting arrested for going to the park.
Yeah. And there was, around here in my neck of the woods, they were like putting caution tape all over parks and stuff.
Yeah, same. I was just going to say that. The park by my place was covered in caution tape, signs saying, don't come here and kill grandmas.
Where is this nebulous, glorious park that Vice speaks of? It wasn't where I live.
I don't know. Well, I think New York, They're just talking about New York.
Oh, that's the entire world. I forget.
Yeah.
I forget.
According to a May 2020 survey by the NRPA, 83% of adults polled said their local parks were essential for their well-being, and 2/3 of all park professionals polled reported increased use of their agency's parks compared to the same time period of 2019. It kind of shows the demographic of the survey.
Yeah.
83% of adults. So you mean you polled people who live in cities and can't just go, I don't know, into a piece of nature that's not regulated by the government.
I was going to say, not controlled by the National Recreation and Parks Association. Just nature, not some regulatory bureaucracy.
Because they became so central to our lives, Sutton said the NRPA also saw parks departments shouldering more responsibilities than ever, throwing virtual events for kids stuck at home, providing meals to seniors who couldn't venture outside safely, beefing up services for unhoused people with nowhere else to turn during a volatile time, and keeping up with maintenance during periods of extremely high traffic. This all means that even as we return to normal, with social spaces reopening and vaccine numbers in the U.S. ticking upward, parks deserve a hearty thank you for everything in the form of some good old-fashioned public service. Not sure where to start? Here are a few easy ways to give back to your parks and make our communities a better place to live and chill in the process. Yeah, don't get me wrong. Parks are cool, man. Support your parks. It's all good. Just saying, there's other nature that the government doesn't need to give permission to go to.
We're talking about highly planned Nazi parks, is what they're.
Oh, jeez. Okay, well, I mean, do we want to go throughout this? It says you reach out to your local parks department, help fund projects that are already in motion, organize a park cleanup, push for pro-park policy, be a good park guest. Come on, Gons.
Are you pro-park?
I'm pro-park, baby.
Are you even woke?
I mean, I am technically pro-park. Nothing wrong with parks. They didn't save my life or anything, but hey. It's all good. As long as the park isn't covered in caution tape.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, there you go. I just thought it was weird and kind of, there's not much to talk about apparently from Vice. They had to praise parks.
There's the interesting. Now, if we want to get crazy, this is communist because.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Why would you go out and go to nature? I mean, that's just wrong. We need the parks. We need government regulated, approved zones where comrades can go participate in cleaning up the park. You can participate in approved activities at the park. See your fellow hold court on your blanket. I don't know what I'm saying.
The communist running propaganda.
Those commie parks.
Those commie parks. Perfectly explained. All right, so we got a couple things here before we take our, I forget, we're not calling it a break anymore. We're calling it a producer party.
Yeah.
Are you sticking with that? Producer party?
Yeah,
you like
both.
that?
It's the pee-pee break.
The pee-pee break. Except it's not a real pee-pee break for us. But anyway, there was a Waccine summary from the Israeli People's Committee. This was sent in by producer Lloyd. So thank you, producer Lloyd, for bringing attention to this little piece here. It's a little document, a little PDF. And it's headlined with a little logo for the Israeli People's Committee. And it's the summary of the Israeli People's Committee database regarding adverse events related to the COVID-19 vaccine in Israel, updated April 25th, 2021. And the death count is kind of high on this thing. They surveyed the 2,250, or total analyzed is 1,956 total analyzed individuals, I'm guessing.
Analyzed individuals.
Yes. And out of those, there's a category called death. And there are many subcategories. Sudden death, 179. Deaths from cardiac arrest, heart attack, 81. Death from stroke, 16. Death from COVID-19 after vaccination, 11. Death from multi-system failure, 7. Death from another reason, 15. Totaling 309 deaths, which is 15% of the survey, which is a lot. That's kind of a high death rate for a vaccine. Mentioned here in the summary of the Israeli People's Committee's database.
Specifically post-vaccine deaths.
Yeah, it says adverse events related to the COVID-19 vaccine in Israel.
Oh, that's interesting. They're actually claiming that it's related to the vaccine.
Yeah. And that's not it. Under gynecology, 158 for vaginal bleeding, menstrual disorders, 107, 41 miscarriages.
Oh my gosh.
10 pregnancy hospitalization, 8 stillbirths. So that's a 17%, 336 affected with some kind of gynecological issue. Neurology, 263. Stroke, 69. Bell's palsy, 55. Those were kind of things that were mentioned. At least the Bell's palsy was something mentioned in the clinical trials for the Pfizer jab.
Right.
And other categories: heart, pain, lungs, skin, allergy, inflammation, ears, eyes, and blood.
So who is this organization? The Israeli People's Committee. Is this a government committee? Is this just a group of concerned citizens?
That's a good question. Let's do a little Goog. Actually, I don't use Google, but
nobody thinks you Goog, John Gons. What if John was just your real name and I just blasted it out?
I have an article, the Irish Sentinel. That sounds like a somewhat legit outpost. Could be.
What do they have to say?
They said Israeli People Committee's report find catastrophic side effects of Pfizer vaccine to every system in human body. I think this was shared initially by.
There's not like a Wikipedia page or something? Israeli People's Committee.
Yeah, I'm not finding a direct website here. So maybe I found one in. Okay, so the People Committee. Let me translate here. Oh, something went wrong. It's in Hebrew. But does the Hebrew website even exist?
I'm a little suspicious of this. When you search Israeli People's Committee, the first thing I'm getting is from Americans Frontline Doctors.
Right. Which it was obviously shared on that. But here, I found the website, the official website, but it is
the People Committee?
Yeah, the-people-committee.com.
Yeah, okay.
But it's all in Israeli.
It is all in Hebrew. That's going to be difficult for us to... There's a little American flag at the bottom,
translated documents. Let's see what the documents is spelled wrong.
Is it? Oh, yeah.
On the bottom there. Documents. So, maybe this is a similar group to the American Front Lines. Okay, so Israeli People's Committee is a group that was formed by Israeli citizens whose goal is to encourage people to share and relate their experiences in regard to civil rights violation and damages or discrimination arising from the current crisis, ethics violations, and suspected governmental and institutional criminality. So, yeah, it's a group that their motive is to expose some of the stuff.
It's a group of people.
Right.
The team of doctors, attorneys, criminologists, epidemiologists, and academic researchers is determined to perform an investigation, inquiry, and exposure for the benefit of the public. We are commencing our work. We are an independent, apolitical group of civilians coming from varied and diverse backgrounds of knowledge, occupation, and personal philosophies. Among us are doctors, attorneys, researchers, scientists of various disciplines. You mentioned that. The chaotic vortex that has engulfed us in the past year under the corona crisis has bound us in deep concern about our people's welfare and the destiny of our country.
Yeah,
Which country?
Israel.
Israel or America?
This is Israeli, so
there's an America flag at the bottom of the thing, though.
Yeah, maybe there's an alliance. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure because, clearly some of these doctors and attorneys and stuff are from Israel.
Yeah, they've got the who we are list here. Dr. Pinky Feinstein, a psychiatrist. Irit Yankovic, who's an attorney, holds a bachelor's degree in biology from Bar-Leon University.
Tel Aviv, too.
What?
She's bachelor's degree in law from Tel Aviv University.
Yeah, I was getting there.
Yeah.
Rodham Brown, attorney. Itai Yaffa, attorney. Dr. Eddie Alicia, PhD. Quote, I am a criminologist by training, and until recently I was mainly involved in teaching and research in this field with an emphasis on rehabilitating offenders. Yeah, okay, so they got a group here. It looks like a group of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We've got 10 lawyers.
They have a master's in public health. They have an MPH in there too. So
yeah, we've got Eddie Einhorn, head of the accounting department of Tel Aviv University.
This speaks to this other document I have here, which is the new Nuremberg trials. And, it's shared by Q, so you just keep that in mind.
Ooh, a Q document.
Yeah, but basically it says here, the new Nuremberg trials 2021, a team of over 1,000 lawyers and over 10,000 medical experts led by Dr. Yes.
Just for the censors, we do not endorse Q. We've been explicitly against Q. We are examining this document for research purposes only.
Okay. Yes, a team of over 1,000 lawyers and over 10,000 medical experts led by Dr. Rainer Fulmick have begun legal proceedings against the CDC, WHO, and the Davos Group for crimes against humanity. Fulmick and his team present the faulty PCR test and the order for doctors to label any comorbidity deaths as a COVID death as fraud. The PCR test was designed to detect pathogens and is 100% faulty at 35 cycles, all the stuff we've already known about here. And then it kind of goes into the various ways in which it violates the Nuremberg Code.
Yeah, they kind of just go piece by piece of the Nuremberg Code and apply what's going on to that. And we got some videos down at the bottom here that looks like it wants to tell us about everything. The URL breaking-news.ca.
It's Canadian?
Perhaps, yeah.
.ca is usually Canada.
Is that Canada? Yeah, okay. So Breaking News Canada, not an institutionally formal website. Oh yeah, you go to the header is a giant Canadian flag. So yes, this is Canadian-led thing here. All right. Well, I mean, I'm not going to lie. The website is lacking a little bit. They still got the WordPress favcon.
I'm not gonna judge them based on their website, especially
why
when
people judge us on our website.
CanaryCryRadio.com is like a shell of its former self.
It's true.
Falling apart website.
Nobody go to CanaryCryRadio.com. It's broken.
Unless you're going to /support.
Yes, but you should go to CanaryCryNewsTalk.com. I mean, do you want to go through this? I didn't mean to cut it off.
No, I didn't mean to go through it. I just wanted to share that this is out there, and more than see, it's almost like I almost feel like it's not unfortunate. Maybe that's too strong of a word, but when groups like Q pick it up and they're the only ones that are really sharing it and spreading it, it almost does a disservice to the legitimacy of actual doctors and medical professionals trying to highlight issues, because there is no scientific consensus about this whole thing. And that's been a thing since the beginning. There's been doctors. I mean, Dr. Drew came out at the very beginning and was like, let's wait till we get the data. Let's not overreact. And then like 2 weeks later, he was like, just listen to Fauci. Just listen to everything Fauci says. So somebody got to him. But point being, there is no consensus. And clearly there's a lot of medical professionals, doctors, attorneys, lawyers, all kinds of people in professional roles in medicine who are calling out the totalitarian takeover here. And when Q is the only place sharing it, it's just kind of walking right into the death trap, so to speak. You know, it's like, if you wanted, and I get it, because, you know, you try to do it on YouTube or you try to do it on some other mainstream outlet, you're going to get shut down. So it's unfortunate that's kind of how things are being split, but I just wish there was a better way to do it without having to go through some of these avenues to get the word out on this kind of thing. But yeah, we didn't have to go through the details. I just wanted to point out that there is legal action taking place, or at least attempted to, take place.
Yeah, or at least some sort of document being put together.
Yeah.
And hey, the Nuremberg thing is a legitimate concern with everything going on.
Sure. The problem.
I just like to point out the actual fact, not conspiracy theory, but the fact that Pfizer was found in breach of the Nuremberg Code and had to pay billions of dollars for it, and that's enough for me.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, it's I don't know. Hopefully,
okay.
Yeah. I mean, what's the problem with any of this stuff is that you're kind of trying to. It kind of reminds me of the the game where you like put your hand down, someone else puts their hand on your hand, and then you try to put another hand on top of the other hand. Like what authority are we appealing to here?
Yeah, well, that's the problem. That's the problem with doing the work that we do is like, yes, it's just choosing another authority to go off of course, besides the obvious authority of God.
Right.
But and that's where this gets all out of hand. And that was the problem with Q, is, especially just the examples of like Lynn Wood and stuff. It's like, well, we don't believe the media. Yeah, so we're going to believe everything Lynn Wood says. Like, no, wait. That's also not the right answer. And, it's difficult because you want some sort of authority to point to, but
governing
the
authority.
problem is that it's just not that easy. Like the movement of questioning official narratives is not just changing the authority by which you take the narrative. It's questioning all narratives, and that's all agendas attached to narratives, attached to mind control, attached to whatever. And that was the big problem with Q. Was yes, there was a lot of people questioning mainstream narratives, which is very good and very healthy and very needed. And has a lot of benefit. But if you're still in the mindset where you need some sort of authoritative narrative to refer to, that's where you get the other delusional aspect of this, which is, whatever Lynn Wood says goes, baby. He's a lawyer, I think.
Oh, okay. That's too much for me.
This cat is attacking my microphone.
Yeah, it's
he's
typical.
So cute, though.
It's break time.
Okay, we're just going to take a quick break, and even better, a producer party, baby. But don't go anywhere, because after the break, we got the politics section. Going to be talking about Biden, going to be talking about $8 trillion. What are we going to do there? And we're going to be checking in with Hillary Clinton, of course. And not to mention a little Bill Gates news, and we'll end out with some Beast System updates you're not going to want to miss. But before that, we are going to thank some of our producers of Canary Cry News Talk. That's right. I said producers, baby, because we are on the value for value model. And it's been a wonderful experience, not just for us, but also for producers of the show. Now, you might notice we have no advertisement, no affiliate codes, selling no vitamin supplements to change your life. In fact, we sell pretty much nothing. The show is the product, baby. But we do work on the value for value model, which means that we take no corporate money whatsoever. That's no money from YouTube, no money from Twitch, no money from China, no money from any sort of product that is trying to purchase your time and attention by taking over the show. Hold on. This cat is walking all over my keyboard, and it is making the world go crazy in the VR space. Get out of here, kitty. All right. But, yeah, every corporate sponsorship is a form of censorship, and that's why we take no corporate money whatsoever. Instead, we're on the value for value model, which is very simple. We create the show. We do it 3 times a week. And man, do we try hard at it. And if you partake in the show, whether it's on the live streams or on the podcast feed there, if you get any value out of what we do, you have the opportunity, the invitation, or perhaps the responsibility to put some value back into the system. It's the only way that it's going to continue working. And, the good part is when people are tired of the show, we don't need to guess when it's time to stop creating the show, Gons, because the producers will just say, okay, we're done producing.
Yep.
But that day is not today. And so we want to thank some of our producers who have decided to stand up and join the revolution against the mind control of the advertising industry that considers your mind, your time, and your attention simply a commodity to be sold to them and to the highest bidder. But not here, folks. Believe it or not, here you are individual human beings and valued at the right price, which is invaluable. We literally cannot put a price on your viewership. So the following list of people are people who appreciate what we're doing here. They're joining the anti-advertising revolution, and they like to watch this cat jump on my head during the show. And the first way to do this is
perching
you can head
on that
over.
shoulder. It's funny how the cat is also green screened out. It's very epic. I'll have to say.
Yeah, he looks like a shadow back there. Okay, so the first way people do this is you can head on over to patreon.com/CCNT. That's patreon.com/CCNT. And I think, Gons, we had a couple producers coming over there. First, I want to thank producer Anna.
Thank you, producer Anna.
Anna? Is it Anna?
I have no idea.
Anna? Anna? Anna. Thank you very much. However you like to pronounce that. Thank you for producing the show. Next, we have producer Mary H.
Thank you, producer Mary.
Thank you. And that's all for the Patreon account over there. Now, we do have another show and another Patreon account. That's patreon.com/Canary Cry Radio. Canary Cry Radio is our interview-style show that we've been doing since 2012. Definitely go check it out on all of your podcast players. But no new producers coming in over there. So, lastly, we have everybody's favorite, canarycryradio.com/support.
canarycryradio.com/support.
That's right. canarycryradio.com/support is a great place to learn about the value for value model. You can also learn about the Canary Cry Roundtable of Knights and Dames, of which there are so many fresh, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed members, thanks to episode 333. There's also cryptocurrency options, and if you want to become a producer there's monthly producerships available, and we thank all of our monthly sustaining producers for helping lay a foundation for the show every month. But if commitment is not your thing, you can also produce the show in a one-time producership in any amount that you like. Think of the possibilities, and all that we ask is think of the value you get out of the show and put a number on it. Choose a number that's important to you, and there you go. That's easy as that, folks. All right, Gons, who do we have coming in on the PayPal?
On the PayPal, we first want to thank all the recurring producers. We appreciate it. We don't always mention your name, but we respect and thank you for contributing to the show. We're going to start with the executive producer of episode 334. That is David W.
Thank you very much, producer David W. And yeah, coming in as the executive producer.
And I don't think we have a note or anything from producer David.
No, I was looking around. I did not see any notes come in from him.
Yeah, if we missed it, then let us know and we can make up for it in the future.
Thank you very much, producer David.
Next up, we have producer Joel V.
Woo! Thank you very much, producer Joel V. Coming in with a fanny pack full of sevens, baby.
All right.
Yeah.
Cover your ears, people in the UK. And Joel says, best podcast ever.
Oh, so sweet. Thank you, producer David. Nope, producer Joel. Sorry, I looked at the wrong name.
Thanking different producers.
I thank both of these producers.
Yes. Next up, we have producer Rebecca B.
Woo! Thank you very much, producer Rebecca, coming in with 3333, one of our Illuminati handlers for this episode.
Yes, and she sent us a note here. And she said, "Hi, Basil and Gons. Thanks to you both for a great podcast that keeps me up to date on the news without the hype, doom and gloom of the mainstream media. I appreciate your show very much and hope to be a producer soon." Wait, am I reading the wrong one?
I don't know.
I'm going to double check because it is Rebecca B that came in here. Hold on. Okay, yeah, it's the same. Let me
Maybe
check.
She sent the note before she became a producer?
Maybe. I think it's the same one. Okay, yeah, same Rebecca. So, all right, I continue here. I wanted to share this article with you as a win for the churches in Minnesota. And I will put the article up on the screen here. It's titled "Walz Loses in Court, Settles with Churches." That's Tim Walz, Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota. It looks like he lost in court. I'm going to keep reading the note here. I especially liked this point they made. Quote, "Acting as our benevolent leader, Walz will likely announce later today that churches will be allowed to open to full capacity because his administration has made so much progress on vaccinations and mitigation efforts. But make no mistake about it, any relaxation of church capacity is court-ordered," end quote.
Yeah.
Also, here's the current guideline. I'm going to pull this here real quick. Current guidelines from our benevolent overlord, Walz. May he live forever. Cry and crazy emoji. In case you are interested. So we have it on the screen there for anyone interested. I like not, in parentheses, how they are using the carrot and stick approach to ending our mask mandate. Quote, "Oh, if only the rest of Minnesota would get the jab so we can allow the mask mandate to be lifted."
Of course.
Yes.
It's your fault, citizen.
Yeah, it's not the authorities, it's the citizens. Thanks again for the great show. Praying for you and your families to have the tenacity and ability to continue to share the good news of God to the world. God bless Becca B. She has a PS. My husband is a deputy for our local sheriff's office.
Ooh.
He was involved in a critical incident in the last couple months that has been hard for my daughters and I to cope with. He was unharmed, but close calls like that are just not something one is fully prepared to deal with mentally. If you and your prayer warriors wouldn't mind saying a prayer for us to have peace and to lessen the anxiety of sending him off to work, especially with today's crazy anti-law enforcement culture,
yeah.
I would appreciate it. So there you go.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rebecca B. And prayers out to your husband.
Absolutely. All producers and listeners, say a little prayer for Becca B. and family, because that's very serious, and we're with you.
Yep. So thank you for that, the note and everything. Hope you guys stay safe over there. But yep, there you go. Producer Becca B coming in with Illuminati shill. Next up, producer Home.
Ooh, Home. H-O-M-E.
That's all we got is Home.
Okay, thank you very much.
I don't know what else to make of it.
Producer Home coming in with $13.33.
Yeah, thank you. Next up, producer Malik W.
There's Malik. Malik coming in. Let's see here. Oh yeah, he's starting up his
news streak.
his streak. You're well on your way to heating up there, Malik. I'm writing it down right now. Thanks for the producership.
Marius in the chat says, Home, great retro wave synthwave artist.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there's a free advertising, Home.
Well, we use a lot of synthwave, retro wave kind of look, so maybe Home found it and was like, hey. Next up, producer Shield Labs.
Woo! Producer Shield Labs coming in. Thanks so much. And here's the thing. Shield Labs, you're heating up, buddy. You're on a streak.
Okay, so Cat Cool. Is that Cat Cool? Is that Home? I see in the chat there. LOL. That's my PayPal name for Cat Cool for Home.
Okay. Thank you very much, Cat Cool in the chat.
There you go.
I think,
yeah. Okay. I'm waiting for confirmation.
I think so. Sounds like it.
Next up, we have producer James H.
Woo! Thank you very much, producer James H. And he is also on a 2-show streak here. Right. So I'm keeping track. You're almost heating up, James H.
The pocket full of sevens.
Mm-hmm.
And next we have producer Tristan H.
Oh, yeah. Tristan H., who is our current longest streak holder. Thank you very much, producer Tristan. And this was a cool little note.
Yeah, it came in during episode 333, or right after, or towards the end or something. Yeah. Missed it right there. But Tristan gave $5.55, and he says, I'm giving $5.55 producership to commemorate today, May 5th, when my 5-year-old daughter asked to join my congregation's weekly prayer meeting.
So cool.
Very cool, very cool.
Wow, that's fun, yeah.
Hallelujah.
That's a great commemoration producership, and also does bring up the topic of commemoration producerships. Yeah, that's fun. I like doing that.
Yeah, it's very cool. So that's it for the PayPal. We did receive some snail mail.
Beep, 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 beep. Snail mail. My mail is snail mail. Beep, 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 beep.
All right, so I have this check, interestingly enough, from producer Devin W. The check number is 333.
Oh.
And the check amount is for $3.33. And it came with a note here. And the address on the top left corner, a former letter comes with the address.
Mm-hmm.
It says Shill Inc. World Headquarters, 666 Fifth Avenue, New York, New York.
Oh, jeez.
And then it says, Dear Basil and Gons, congratulations on your great achievement. It is a great honor to present you with this highly coveted award. Devin. And then P.S. Susan Wojcicki and Anderson look forward to seeing you at the Grove this year. PPS, please note the new address, which we just mentioned here. And it came with a printed certificate that says Basil and Gons Award for Social Media Freedom. It has our logo, and then it says presented by Canary Cry News Talk for producing 333 episodes.
The award.
And then in very tiny print, it says Canary Cry News Talk is a subsidiary of Shill Inc.
Wow, what a fun little thing. Wow, that's great. We should frame that sucker.
I know, I gotta...
You know what you need to do is you need to scan that so we can put it on the website.
Oh, yeah. I'll take a photo of it or something and have it in there. Thank you, producer Devin. Appreciate it. And creative, very creative way to...
I like this. I feel like we should... I think Devin has a great idea. We should sort of... Because, we're not included in any of the, podcasting awards. We don't get invited to any, anything, of course, mainly because we don't take advertisers, and advertisers are the ones who decide that sort of thing. But we should open up a pipeline where people can maybe we'll make a what's the word? A template, make it available on the website where people can send us awards.
Yeah, send us awards, or we can just come up with our own award thing. It's like
Yeah, they can fill out the awards.
Canary Cry Radio Best Podcast Awards, sponsored by Canary Cry Radio. Who are you going to vote for? Canary
It is
Cry
sponsored
Radio
by Canary Cry Radio, but you, as the listener and producer, choose what award to give us.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I like that.
That wouldn't be hard. We can put that on the new website pretty easily.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
We'll do that.
That's fun.
So thank you, producer Devin. Very creative. Get our creative juices flowing here.
Mm-hmm.
You can also support the show with your producership by sending us crypto. And we've had our Dogecoin address up for a while, but nobody has sent us Doge until today.
Oh, we're finally in the cool kid club.
we own Doge. Somebody sent us 48.33 Dogecoins.
Okay, it's like $20.
Which, yeah, I know, it's crazy because when we put the address out there, that would have been probably 2 cents, 3 cents, something like that.
Yeah,
so yeah, if they would have sent us the same dollar amount 4 months ago, or maybe 5 or 6,
yeah, we'd be rich.
We'd just retire. We're done. we're Doge millionaires. But anyway, thank you for that. Whoever sent that, it's anonymous. We don't know who exactly sent it. But there you go. You can send us crypto, canarycryradio.com/crypto. Oh, you think so? You think Elon sent it to us?
I think it was Elon.
Okay.
Thanks, Elon.
Thanks, Elon. Great. Work on not putting microchips in people's brains and stuff. Okay.
Yeah, we'll pass.
We do have some people to knight. Although, should we thank the other people real quick and do all the stuff? Or no, let's just mention it.
We'll do the producers and then we'll knight them at the end here. Whoopsies.
Okay.
Oh gosh.
Oh
gosh.
Sorry,
I'm
what are you
changing
doing in the
font sizes in the document. So first of all, this was this is producer Jennifer.
Uh-huh.
Producer Jennifer came in as a producer last episode in the amount of there was a couple $13.18 from her husband relating to Revelation 13:18.
Right.
But then also sent in 33.33 for the 333 celebration last episode. But we got a note from Jennifer. She was having to wait to get permission from the hubby to become a full-on dame, but she got permission and sent it in during the show. And so she made it. She made it before the cutoff line. Do we have a full note from her, or is it just...
I didn't see one.
I
was
don't
kind of
think we
poking
do.
around for it, but I didn't really see a full note post damehood. So
that's okay. So producer Jennifer came in with the remaining $300 to get her to over the 333 mark, which means producer Jennifer will henceforth be known as Dame Jennifer, Lady B of the Garden, walking closely to the Lord under the shadow of his wing. It's a long name, but that's okay. We respect it. Now, we may just refer to you as Dame Jennifer in the colloquial terms in conversation, but you do get your full title, Dame Jennifer, Lady B of the Garden, walking closely to the Lord under the shadow of his wing. And we'll add you on the list for the knighting ceremony at the end of the break here. Next, there's one more that made it right before the cutoff, and that is producer Brandon C. Yep. And came in with 333, and the note says, "Well met, Basil and Gons. I am busy with finals and all, but I wanted to toss my shekels into the night fund. Please knight me, Knight Blaze, the Rockia Rider. I hope to get more involved in the community soon. God bless, Daniel 12:3. So there we go. We'll also be knighting you at the knighting ceremony at the end of the break.
Do you know what Rockia is?
Isn't it like spirit or breath? Raka?
No.
Oh.
It's the extended surface, the expanse, the firmament.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. So we got a space cowboy, is what you're saying.
Ooh, you're gonna trigger him by saying space.
The Rockia Rider.
I think they're riding the firmament.
Oh, okay,
he's riding the firmament. So
that's what I'm saying. It's the space cowboy.
Okay, all right. You can call him the space cowboy and trigger him. After becoming a knight. Maybe that's just our way of hazing him.
Is this a bad term?
No.
Is space cowboy a bad term?
No,
in your
but
culture?
normally people that are really hardcore about a firmament above us believe that space isn't really what we are told.
I know. That's what I'm saying. You can think of space as whatever you want, but, if space is the firmament, then you've already talked too long about this. Thank you very much, Producer Brandon C.
Thank you. Appreciate it. We do want to thank other people who have contributed their time as well as people that have contributed through their treasure. Timestamps, Jade Bouncerson, Christine, and a newcomer, Rachel. Thank you, Rachel, for doing the last episode of Timestamps.
Yeah, I think Rachel did episode 333 for us. Thank you very much, Rachel.
She did, and she did have let's see. No, she didn't have she just said a huge thank you for myself and my daughter, Freya, for the smiles and fellowship that you bring to our house.
Oh, it's Freya's mom.
Yeah.
Ah, cool.
So thank you so much, producer Rachel.
Thank you.
And that's it for the timestamps. We do have a jingle entry.
Okay.
Play the jingle.
We have a new jingle. Like a brand new stuff.
Jingle. Gotta maybe shorten the tail end of that just a little bit, but it's okay. We have a jingle. I almost said we have a jingle. We have a jingle from Over the Rainbow, and this is regarding the. So in the last No Agenda episode 1344, we to extend the value for value model.
Yes, we value for valued No Agenda.
Yes, and we offered them a little thing, and we got in trouble, Basil. We didn't really do good by.
We got excited.
Adam Curry and John C. Dvorak. I'm going to play just a few seconds of what they said when they received our producership. So here's what he says there.
Ginzo Shimura has violated the rules.
First off, Adam Curry.
I don't think he's talking about you, Gons. He's talking about somebody else named Ginzo Shimura.
And my name is Gonzo.
So technically, I didn't break no rules, Adam Curry, but apparently this Ginzo fella did.
Yeah.
And we don't have to play much more of it. I mean, basically, we weren't supposed to do a note with the jingles and all that, but it's all right. It turned out okay.
No, I think it ended up great. Yes, we did break a rule because we sent in a bunch of jingles for him to play during our note, which apparently is banned. We did not know it was banned, but he was very gracious and followed through because of the fact that the value for value model works. And of course, we've been not shy at all by saying we pretty much lifted our value for value model straight off of No Agenda.
We emailed Adam Curry and we were like, "Hey, is it okay if we just?" And they're like, he encouraged it. He's like, "Please do, please rip us off completely." So I was like, "All right."
There you go. So that's the background for Over the Rainbow's jingle.
Nope, didn't play. Here it is, the jingle.
No Agenda donation.
There you go.
Yes.
So if anybody found out about the show through No Agenda and is here and contributes, we will play that jingle for you. So there you go. Thank you. Over the Rainbow.
Yeah.
Adding to
thank
the
you very
arsenal.
much. And, I love it when No Agenda listeners find us because they are intimately familiar with the value for value model. And, they don't take no convincing. If they get value out of the show, they put it back in. It's just how it works. So if you're a No Agenda listener who becomes a producer of Canary Cry, we'll hit that little NA jingle for you.
Adam 42 wants to hear the whole thing, the whole debacle.
You can hear it by listening to No Agenda.
Episode 1344. And John C. Dvorak going, I protest this whole thing.
It was a little harsh at first.
Yeah,
but then I listened to it again, and it's fine. I mean, we did break the rules, but it was very gracious of them to give us credit anyways.
I understand, because they don't want to be doing this with a whole bunch of podcasts, sending their thing in and having it read and all that. So I understand.
I still count it as a win.
Good.
We'll see if
because
if
at first I was
listeners come over from that experience. We might be shunned, but we'll see.
I know. I was listening to it and I thought, oh boy, we really messed this up completely. Good job to us.
Sorry, I have a cat with
we know
claws.
You have a cat.
Full
hey, where's my
claws
cat
into
jingle?
my leg just now, and I didn't even scream.
Didn't someone here it is?
Get that cat out of here. Yes, sir.
We have a jingle for that.
You had it ready. Buddy,
Get that
stop
cat out
it.
of here. Yes, sir.
He still doesn't understand that he can't use the full claws into the leg.
Get that cat out of here. Yes, sir.
I'll just keep playing it until he leaves.
Okay, get out of here. All right, I think we're safe.
Okay.
If I scream out in pain, it's just part of the show. It's content. Oh, you know what it is? I have a little dangly thing on my VR controller that he's attacking. Okay. It's even scarier when you're in VR and you cannot see what's going on out in the outside world, and suddenly there's 10 razor sharp claws sticking into your leg.
All 10, huh?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Full.
There's 10 of them?
Full grasp. The full Monty, if you will. Okay. Let's do ratings and reviews, baby.
Oh, yeah, it's Friday. That's right.
It's Friday.
Reviews.
If you haven't done it,
was that it? Yeah,
if you haven't done it yet, folks, go to Apple Podcasts and search out Canary Cry News Talk. Leave a rating and a review. If you haven't done it yet, what are you waiting for? It's very important. These ratings and reviews really go a long way towards helping spread the show via the algorithms. Okay, I don't think that's a viable jingle. I am like being predated here. I have a predator attacking me. Yes, thank you very much for that. I think the Magoo reviews.
I know. I was using that to look for the Magoo review jingle, and I know I have it here somewhere.
Yeah, that's okay. Let's move on.
Okay.
So I want to thank all of our reviewers. It's very helpful, and as you will hear, when you leave ratings and reviews, the algorithms share the show with people who haven't heard it before, so your review could be the thing that causes somebody to find the show. And we've got a number of reviews here. I'm just going to start at the most recent of which, and this is a 5-star review, came in on Apple Podcasts.
I'm sorry.
What are you?
Milky T in the chat, the Twitch chat. Stop letting the cat know you feel pain. You're showing weakness.
It's true. This cat knows it is in complete control of the situation. Review! This is 5 stars coming from Mr. Joshua Kaufman. And the headline, or the subject line is Best Apolitical Christian TV Show / Podcast.
Ooh, TV show.
TV
sounds
show,
really professional.
Well, that's good. We take the category. We take the award in both categories. 5-star review could be the start of an entire new network of Christian content. Family-friendly content aggregation and commentary. On this show, there is substantially less dark sarcasm than other similar broadcasts. True Christian mimetic cultural transmission. Ooh, that's cool. I love B&G. Thank you very much. There you go, Mr. Joshua Kaufman. Thank you for that. Next, we have 5 stars from Eric Allen, 79. Best pod ever. I've been listening to these guys for the past few months. Sorry it took me so long to find them. At my age, every minute counts. LOL. These guys are just what we need in our world. Christian conservatives, but they're not screaming and yelling and causing strife and angst in our chest like the other popular news talk guys. They keep it cool, keep it calm, and report what we need to hear, and it's fun and delightful. I will listen forever, and as soon as I can get a little extra coin in my pocket, I will start supporting ASAP. Love y'all. I'll keep praying you don't get deleted by FLIPPY or the AI. Well, thank you very much for the prayers. And all those kind words, Mr. Eric Allen, 79.
Thank you, producer Eric Allen.
Yep. Next, we have 5 stars from Mark 1226. Gons and Basil, your hard work is appreciated. I've been listening off and on for 5 years. Their approach is like having a very informed friend who always knows what's going on. They are friendly, professional, and seem consistently dedicated to a sincere pursuit of serving their listeners while maintaining their service to their Lord. May the Lord bless you and keep you, Mark. Thank you very much, Mark.
Thank you, producer Mark.
Next, we have 5 stars from Green Pastures 5781. And it reads, let me know if I've already
This one
read.
Seems like it's already been read because there's a phrase in there.
The problem is I can't remember if I read this on the show or if I read it to myself.
I feel like you've read this already, but
you think so?
I feel
like
I'm gonna
do it anyway.
Maybe not. I don't know.
This far in.
Yeah.
It was posted on the last day that we read reviews.
Oh, so maybe
if
not.
It may have come in before, and I did read it. May have come in after. I don't remember. Anyways, I'm going to read it anyways because it's 5 stars coming from Green Pastures 5781. Very fond of Basil and Gons. CCNT has become a staple in my life. I look forward to every episode as they cover the news, weekly events in a fun and flirty yet satirical style. Their delivery and production style has been surprisingly refreshing considering my somewhat cynical natural bent. After listening to Basil and Gons, I am left encouraged and hopeful. On the other hand, listening to news on mainstream media outlets left me feeling depressed, discouraged, and outraged, the latter being totally warranted given the propagation of the establishment worldview narratives. So happy to have stumbled upon your channel in Apple Podcasts. So you listen to that. So happy to have stumbled upon your channel in Apple Podcasts. That's what I'm talking about, folks. When you leave these ratings and reviews, people stumble upon it because the algorithms put it in front of them.
Whatever happened to that website, Stumble Upon? Do you remember that?
Oh my gosh, yeah. I haven't thought of Stumble Upon in a long time.
Yeah,
Is it still existent?
I don't know. It must have failed. Nobody talks about it.
I don't know. Why don't you go there? See if it's real. Thanks for being such a welcome highlight to my days 3 times a week. You both are such great examples of how to process the crazy happenings of the world, as well as steadfast advocates of truth, which needs to be heard by all of those who can handle it. Wink. I highly recommend this show and trust that it will bring as much joy to all as it has to my days. Heart Green Pastures, by the way. Old 2 Box says hi. Oh, Old 2 Box. Hello, Old 2 Box.
Hey.
Okay, there we go. I think that is it.
I think there's a
what?
Wifey and Mama. Oh, did you already read the Wifey and Mama last time?
Wifey and Mama?
Yeah, a review from Wifey and Mama.
I
think you did last time.
Oh, you know what? No, there's a few more we didn't read. I'm remembering now because the list had not caught up. So
right, there's 2 more here. So yeah,
there's a couple more.
Yeah.
Well,
one's short.
I have a better list than you because we have one from Apple Podcasts Canada.
Oh, right. Okay, go for it.
Right. So we got an international review here. Miss Mortification, 5 stars. Great podcast. This is a great news deconstruction Bible prophecy podcast. Those are 2 things we don't always associate together. One of my favorite moments is when Gons is talking about Pope Francis going to meet the Islamic leader and without skipping a beat, accidentally called him Prampfosis. I almost peed my pants laughing. These guys don't take themselves too seriously. To have a good laugh once in a while, a breath of fresh air. Thank you very much,
Cool,
Miss
thank you.
Mortification. Next, we have one 5 stars from Automatic Audio. Says, I'm afraid of Americans. You know what it was, Gons? I read you a couple of these off the air.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah. 5 stars from Automatic Audio. I'm afraid of Americans. If you weren't both men, I would give you a big old kiss right in the mouth. Or would I? Okay. think this is a robot that wants to give us kisses. Next, we have, this is Wifey and Mama, 5 stars. Nice way to wake up. Remember when you were in school and you'd get woken up with loud blaring alarms, or your mom screaming to get out of bed and get ready? Sometimes, quote, alternative media can come across like that. These guys are the equivalent of your mom gently walking into your room, gracefully opening the curtains, and lovingly nudging you to wake up and start another beautiful day as the smell of bacon and pancakes fills the air. If you have I know. Yeah, this is great. If you have friends or family members that need a gentle nudge to open their eyes to the real issues and reasons behind them, this is the show to share. Basil and Gons report the news in a way that everyone needs to hear. Love them, love the show, love the community. Thanks for all you do, KDR.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much, KDR, Wifey and Mama. Let's see here. I think... Yes, that is it. There we go. That's all the reviews. Thank you very much. And officially, internationally, we have hit 500. Now, not 500 ratings in just the U.S. charts, but 500 internationally.
Okay.
So there you go. Make sure to leave ratings and reviews. Now, Gons, I want to give you an update on the charts. And we like to give updates on the charts on the air because we have producers who listen, and they're part of the reason that we make it on these charts.
Right.
So we have quite a handful of top 100s, Gons, and I am going to go through them here. As currently where we sit in the United States of America, we are number 74 for news commentary.
Wow.
Which is pretty good. The United States rankings are the hardest to get on. So to get the top 100, 74 no less, is a great accomplishment. Thank you very much. We are number 30 in Australia.
Ooh, yeah.
Number 53 in Mexico.
Nice.
Yeah, that was a pretty big jump in the Mexico charts. So whoever's over there listening, not top 100, but we're at 107 in Ireland. That's nice. 97 in New Zealand, 42 in South Africa, 13 in Finland.
Hey.
So yeah, we got some Finlanders tuning into the show. Thank you very much. 68 in Uganda in the entire news category, which is pretty good. Yeah. Really and good. In the news commentary category, number 4 in Uganda.
Whoa.
Yeah, so our Uganda listeners are killing it over there.
We're coming for you, Ugandan Joel Olstein.
Pretty sure Joel Olstein is the Joel Olstein of Uganda.
So
okay, so very cool. Thank you very much. There's the charts producers, and thanks to you, we've been able to maintain some pretty healthy top 100 lists. So there you go.
Do you think we'll ever hit like top 10 in the U.S.? Do you think we'll ever get to that level where people...
I don't know. I mean, the U.S. categories are really difficult to climb.
Who's in the top? Is it like the Hannitys and the...
Yeah.
Ben Shapiro.
Ben Shapiro count is a news commentary.
Everybody loves waffles.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I could go look, but actually, it would take me a second to get over there. Especially since I'm losing control of my VR hand. Let's see if I can get it real quick.
Okay.
News commentary. Come on. Oh, geez. No. Okay. I'll save it for next time. I mean, it is who you'd think it is. It's the Ben Shapiros, the Hannitys, those guys.
Okay. Balding Brian. What's his name? The guy from CNN. Is he up there?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I don't have the list in front of me.
All right. Well, we have some artwork that we want to share.
One art, please.
One art, please. Another one from Allie now. Here it is.
This first one is from Allie, because she has her own jingle. Inspired by the picture of the tiny Carters with the giant Bidens. And your description thereof, Allie drew Jimmy Carter as a hobbit.
Yeah, this is funny. This is good. He's got the Frodo robe on.
Yeah. Frodo.
So tiny. So cute.
So very tiny. Although, it's hard to tell how tiny he really is.
Yeah, we almost need something for scale to put against this.
We needed
like a penny as big as his head.
Yeah, like the comparison photos, where they have the quarter in one hand and the something else in the other. So thank you for that, Allie. Continued. If there was a streak for art, I think Allie's in the lead.
Yeah.
Next up, we have one from producer Debbie.
Woo! And this one was fun.
Oh, it's good. She came in and she said, I did a quick drawing that I thought would emphasize the absurdity of the Pfizer vaccine being a hot new trend for the elite. We're looking forward to the show. Take care and God bless.
Yes, and for those who are just listening, it is a very sort of sultry black and white drawing of incredibly detailed and good, by the way, Debbie. You're an incredible artist, of sort of a good-looking blonde lady with big blue cat eyes, wearing a mask and wearing rubber gloves, holding a vial of the vaccine. It's kind of a close-up, like a perfume commercial.
Yeah.
It says, "Au de Pfizer, discover your inner elitist."
Very good. Thank you for this one. Very, very talented. I mean, this is like very good stuff.
Debbie's a champ.
So thank you for that. And we have one more here from producer Marius M. And Canary Cry Level Up. I think it's a series. Last time it was 2012.
Mm-hmm.
This time Canary Cry Level Up 2013.
Yes, he's documenting our aging over.
Yeah.
Over the 9 years.
Are you depicted as an African American gangster rapper?
That could be the case. Yeah, I've got kind of a Tupac vibe. I have a gold chain around my neck that has the RSS feed icon on it.
I mean, you're all about the RSS. You got the RSS hat, RSS earrings.
I am a big fan of RSS.
I think that's what it is. And then there's one of me, and I think
Did he Photoshop off your hair, your
my facial hair? Yeah.
Okay.
And it looks like a little thing of cryptocurrencies there.
Yeah,
like
that's pretty accurate there, Marius. You nailed it.
Yeah, although I only recognize a few of these coins here.
Oh well, you better get in it. Have you heard about cryptocurrency?
No.
Hold on, let me tell you about decentralization.
Okay.
We got to start there.
Wait, are you talking about blockchains?
I need to tell you about the Fed.
Well, if we're really gonna talk about it, we're gonna talk about the Federal Reserve, 1913.
We'll start the conversation take it all the way to the beginning,
and then we'll end it in blockchain, and it will just be one story.
You know what? I actually had a couple other little stats I wanted to give you and the producers, Gons.
Okay.
This was our report from Restream, which is our sort of distribution software that puts us out to all the different outlets. We got our April monthly wrap up, and we were more active than 78% of Restreamers.
Wow.
So yeah, we're in the top, 22nd percentile. We streamed more than 86% of other Restreamers. 38 and a half hours last month we streamed.
Wow. So somebody could listen to nearly not exactly, but close to 2 days, at least a day and a half straight of all of our shows from the last month.
Yeah. And there you go. So those are the fun ones. We actually went down a little bit. We must have shortened a couple shows because we were in the 90th percentile there for a second.
I think we did have a couple shorter shows. And I was telling you how we need to shorten this show. We're already at 3 hours here, so we got to get moving here.
Yes. And so there you go. It's just fun for the producers to know we are streaming more than the vast majority of other streamers. And, considering that we just do the show 3 times a week, that's a pretty impressive number. You got people who use this software, gamer streamers, they're gaming 6 hours a day sometimes.
I was going to say, it's hard to compete with the gamers because they're playing a game. They don't have to talk and provide content the entire time they're streaming.
Yeah, hardcore gamers, they'll sit there, they'll stream for 6 hours a day just playing a game every day or 5 days a week. So when we're competing with that, but we're actually producing a show and have some we've got some real relevant content versus a video game stream. I think that's pretty impressive. Okay, that's all I have.
Just wanted to mention the meetups real quick, and then we'll Knight and Dame people. I'm trying to find the Canary Cry meetup jingle, and I can't find it. I don't know what happened to it. Yes, we have the Florida meetup banner from Ciara. All weekend. CCC meetup, choose your own adventure. May 20th, Disney Springs, 7 p.m. May 21st, Reyes Mezcaleria for Occult Bingo. And then May 22nd for Universal Studios Hangout. And you can contact Ciara Lauren93@gmail.com. For those of you looking at the screen, if you're just listening, CIARALAUREN93@gmail.com. And yeah, hang out with Canarians. It is important to not just listen to the show, but become the show.
Yeah.
By talking and hanging out with people that are like-minded. That is the one of the most common asked things since we started podcasting in 2012 was, hey, do you know anybody that talks about this stuff in my neighborhood?
Yes.
And we were like, well, we don't know where you live, number one. Number two, is it our responsibility really to know people where you live?
But there you go. The opportunity is out there now.
Yes.
With all these meetups this year, it covers a pretty wide range of the country. You might have to travel a little bit, but hey, make it a thing.
Yeah, make it a weekend, make it a hangout. But yeah, look for that and appreciate that, Ciara, for the ongoing thing. Or just leading the way, really, with the meetups.
Mm-hmm.
So we appreciate that. And I think we're just going to get into the knighting here. Is there anything else?
Nope. Here's my virtual reality sword.
Oh, hold on. We gotta really make sure that we're fitted correctly here. Okay, are you ready now?
Mm-hmm.
All right. And here's my katana.
I think we gotta add a cat meow. But first, we want to call up producer Jennifer and producer Brandon. Please step forward to the Canary Cry Roundtable, where we have a seat for you. Thanks to your generous support in the amount of $333 or more for a celebratory episode 333, we are proud to pronounce you Dame Jennifer, Lady B of the Garden, walking closely to the Lord under the shadow of his wing, and Sir Blaze, Night Blaze, the Rakia Rider. Please join us at the Canary Cry Roundtable of Knights and Dames, where we have the belt of truthful truthiness, the breastplate of righteous righteousness, custom-fit Birkenstocks to carry forth the gospel of peace, the shield of ferocious faith, the helmet of substantiating salvation, the supernatural sword of the spirit, and of course adorable samurai babies, infinitely cute kitties for cuddling. And if you're hungry, we have fancy feast, wet food, carved Cosmo, the CRISPR cow, and of course fried wormicorns. Welcome to the Canary Cry Knights and Dames Roundtable. That's right, Dame Jennifer and Sir Blaze.
Right.
That's right, and the crowd goes wild, and the chat sends emojis. Woo! We're very grateful for your support of the show, and happy to make sure that you get knighted here. Only one episode after your knighthood comes in. And for those who are wondering, the Canary Cry Roundtable of Knights and Dames is our elite collection of producers who normally have produced the show in the amount of $1,000 or more. That can be over time, all at once, however you want to do it. Go on a monthly plan. Lots of people have different ways of doing it, but we just love to make sure that producers who produce consistently or generously are recognized for keeping the show going.
Yep. All right. Let's blast through some of these other stories here and come out of this break.
Yes, it's wake up time.
Hey, yo, wake up.
It's Latin for many.
Tick.
They'll suck your blood. They'll suck
Politics.
your blood.
This is the Daily Caller. So, it's a right-wing outlet here. Biden's National Day of Prayer proclamation foregoes God for climate change and racial justice.
Oh.
I was not surprised, really, but let's see what it says. President Joe Biden's National Day of Prayer proclamation has come under criticism for excluding any mention of God.
Yeah. Which is funny because he was sort of billed as the most religious recent president.
Seriously?
Come on, man.
Yeah. They're saying he's the most religious president since JFK.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, that was one of the things that they were saying to try to get the...
because he's Catholic. Is that why?
Because he's devoutly Catholic. Yeah, he's practicing Catholic.
Kennedy was Catholic, wasn't he?
That's what I just said.
Okay. Like previous presidents, President Biden issued a proclamation on the 70th annual National Day of Prayer, but critics noticed that it included anecdotes to racial justice and climate change, but not God. And there's a tweet here from David Brody. Joe Biden's National Day of Prayer proclamation has been released, and it doesn't even mention God once. How do you release a proclamation about prayer and not mention God at all? Of course, it mentions climate change and racial justice. Truly, this is pathetic and not surprising. Franklin Graham said, why would President Joe Biden omit God? Today marks the 70th annual National Day of Prayer, and President Biden is the first president of the United States to omit the word God in his proclamation. That speaks volumes, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
There's really no...
I don't think it comes as a surprise to anybody, but...
Yeah, so it says Donald Trump's proclamation in 2020 mentioned God 11 times. Barack Obama mentions God twice, even though he probably meant Allah. President Biden has repeatedly touted his Catholic faith, both on the campaign trail in 2020 and during his presidency, although critics have noted that his position on issues such as abortion go against the teachings of the church. National Day of Prayer was first established in 1952 by President Truman, which brings me to mention President Truman was the one that created the psychological board, or I think it was like the psychological board that but basically weaponized religious folks, Christians in America. That was
politicized.
Truman. No. Weaponized.
Okay.
He basically created the Americanism, the gun in one hand, Bible in the other, campaign against communism. This is a big boogeyman. He did that in 1951. Started I can't remember the exact name of it. I think it's called the psychological. I can pull it up. It's not really. I'll talk about. It's something that I discuss with Dr. Future, and it's in his book, and something I'll mention in Age of Deceit 4. But it is troubling. It is very troubling when you start learning about this stuff. And I've talked about it in passing here on the show a few times, but am I able to pull this up? Come, I can't find the... Here it is. He started the Psychological Strategy Board in 1951 that comprised the CIA, Department of State and Defense, and others to study the, quote, this is a quote, potential role of religion in psychological warfare.
Mm-hmm.
And even before that, in 1947, Truman ordered a UMT for young men to, quote, morally and spiritually engineer the U.S. Army to create a perfect soldier who could ground lethal capability in a religious framework. So, again, this idea of weaponizing evangelicals and a lot of what they stand for was part of the propaganda piece to garner Christians into military action, or to at least accept military action. And National Day of Prayer is part of that. So interesting, isn't it, to learn that what you thought was a great American tradition in government was originally started as literally a psychological strategy board operation, a psychological operation, a psyop.
Yeah. Well, I think when one stops to think about it, it's not surprising at all. But
not
there
at all.
You go.
Not at all. So there you go.
Okay, well, I got something from RT.com here. We get our daily fill of Russian propaganda so we can get that KGB check.
This article's really long, so you don't have to go through. I mean, it's not super, super long, but
it's not that long.
It's okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we'll just go until we're tired. Okay. The headline:
I'm already tired.
$8 trillion a month.
Woo.
$8 trillion a month. Woo. Will American work ethic survive this government's socialist-style generosity shower?
I want a generosity shower.
I know, it's such a confusing headline. These evil, generous government. One symptom of the COVID-19 pandemic, which made redundant millions of non-essential workers, is how dependent on government spending the American people have become, to the point where 34% of income comes from Uncle Sam. If the German sociologist Max Weber, noted for his seminal 1905 work, The Protestant Ethic and the Spirit of Capitalism, was correct in his assumptions that individual labor serves a moral and spiritual purpose, then the United States has become a veritable den of iniquity. Indeed, the belief that the government benevolence will bail out America from any and all scourges, viral, economic, or otherwise, carries all the trappings of a dangerous cult. Amid enormous government stimulus spending to offset the ravages of COVID-19, a whopping 34% of U.S. income now comes not from the sweat of one's brow, but from that bottomless pit known as Uncle Sam's pockets. According to the latest personal income and outlays data, which provides statistics on government-subsidized income, such as stimulus checks, unemployment benefits, welfare, etc., handouts exploded to an astronomic annualized $8.1 trillion. That is double the $4.1 trillion subsidy figure from February, and has allowed President Joe Biden's administration to boast about a, quote, record surge in personal income and spending. As if that cash cow were not bloated enough, the Biden administration is planning to bypass Congress and establish a long-term increase in food aid for tens of millions of Americans. Quote, a review of the so-called Thrifty Food Plan ordered by Biden 2 days after he took office would trigger an automatic increase in benefits as soon as October 1st, a day after expiration of temporary 15% boost in food stamp payments that Biden included in his $1.9 trillion COVID relief package, Bloomberg reported. Quoting James Ziliak, director of the Center for Poverty Research at the University of Kentucky, Bloomberg wrote the increase would amount to, quote, roughly a $136 a month increase in the maximum benefit for a family of four, which was $680 before the temporary pandemic-related increase. According to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, citing data from the U.S. Census Bureau, some 18 million adults, 9% of all adults in the country, reported that their households sometimes or often didn't have enough to eat in the last 7 days. Compared that to 3.4% of adults who said their household had not enough to eat at some point over the full 12 months of 2019. Since it is no secret that millions of Americans are at the breaking point financially amid the pandemic, it is worth wondering what bout of madness caused the Biden administration to open America's door to illegal immigrants from south of the border. But I digress. At this point, it is also tempting to ask why the U.S. government opted to enact an unprecedented scorched earth policy with regards to its workforce and economy when confronted with COVID-19. After all, for much of the healthy population under the age of 60, the survival rate, yada, yada, yada. So they just get into how, the general, American work ethic is dying and Biden loves it. Did you have anything specific highlighted you wanted in here? Kind of does go into just long, wordy complaints about lazy Americans.
Well,
why can't they be like Henry Ford and Thomas Edison?
Yeah.
He's an exact, is a paraphrase of the next few sentences.
Yeah, and it kind of goes after, it mentions the World Economic Forum thing here.
Mm-hmm.
And quotes it. Since the U.S. is in the midst of a massive social and economic experiment that has never been undertaken before, the question is a fair one. The question being, you asked a couple questions. What happens when Uncle Sam turns off the lights on the money orgy and orders everyone to get dressed and go home? We discover that the massive government intervention program has extinguished America's famed capitalist spirit that provided the spark of entrepreneurial ingenuity to industrious men like Henry Ford, the Wright brothers, and Thomas Edison. And then it quotes the World Economic Forum. Welcome to 2030. I own nothing, have no privacy, and life has never been better.
Yeah. This particular article has a especially sort of conservative bent to it, getting into food stamps and stuff. I mean, you look at the food stamps are like the least of our worries. So I think dedicating 2 paragraphs to people getting food stamps is a little bit, I don't know, useless in my opinion. But it does refer to what I would say a slightly more reputable source. Let me just read this headline from the Babylon Bee. The headline being, "Shocking study finds paying people not to work makes people not want to work."
Okay.
Yeah.
Good job.
Okay.
All right.
There you go. You're tired. What's next?
Next. Oh, we can't do a show without mentioning the next couple people here. First off, Hillary's back.
Dun, dun, dun.
She's back.
I thought she was executed in Gitmo.
Well, maybe it's a clone.
Did you see that recently?
I've been seeing that
around?
for a few years.
Alert, alert. Hillary Clinton has been hung by the neck until dead in Gitmo. Okay.
TheGuardian.com. Hillary Clinton, quote, "There has to be a global reckoning with disinformation." Her bid for the White House was engulfed by a tidal wave of fabricated news and false conspiracy theories. Now Hillary Clinton is calling for a, quote, "global reckoning with disinformation that includes reining in the power of big tech." Oh?
Well, we can agree on that.
The former Secretary of State and First Lady warns that the breakdown of a shared truth and the divisiveness that surely follows poses a danger to democracy at a moment when China is selling the conceit that autocracy works. Clinton speaks to The Guardian via Zoom for her home in, what is this, Chappaqua, New York? Am I saying that right?
Sure.
Chappaqua, New York. In an interview to mark the newspaper's bicentenary this month. So 200 years of The Guardian. Clinton speaks to The Guardian. I just read that. I'm having issues. The 73-year-old wife of the former U.S. President Bill Clinton.
Whoa, burn.
has more reason than most to be a student of media trends, from historic newspapers to the latest digital platforms. In the 2016 election, Clinton was the first woman to be nominated by a major political party. The mainstream media was later criticized for creating a false equivalence between her career misstep and those of rival Donald Trump, who had suspicious contacts with Russia.
Oh, please.
And faced multiple allegations of sexual assault.
Notice how it's just suspicious contacts now.
In addition, Moscow helped fuel a social media disinformation campaign that targeted likely Democratic voters and was most infamously expressed in the Pizzagate conspiracy theory.
Dun, dun, dun.
Which made the preposterous claim that Clinton ran a child sex trafficking ring at a Washington pizza restaurant. That wasn't the claim.
That wasn't the claim, but that's what they keep repeating.
5 years later, Trump has come and gone from the White House, and America now has a female vice president in Kamala Harris. With the dangerous lies, but the dangerous lies have continued to thrive online, notably in the QAnon conspiracy movement, leading all the way to the deadly insurrection at the U.S. Capitol of 6 January. Far-right Republicans have become openly anti-democratic, endorsing Trump's falsehoods and seeking to suppress voters of color.
This is just like a buffet of
the traditional
propaganda.
the traditional "the truth is somewhere in the middle" approach will no longer do, Clinton argues. Quote,
here we go.
Here we go. Quote, "They've got to get rid themselves of both sidism," she says.
What?
I don't know what that means.
Both sidism is linked here. It's linked to an article by thenation.com, an article called "Both Sidism is Poisoning America." Oh, this is the the concept that's strengthening the two-party system. It's basically about voters who think both sides are essentially the same, which, so you mean they're people who open their eyes for a second and see the world for how it is?
That's interesting. So Hillary's kind of identifying the greater enemy of the establishment, which is the people waking up to the
which is free thinking
people. Yeah, that's crazy. She goes on. "It is not the same to say something critical of somebody on the other side of the aisle and to instigate an attack on the Capitol and to vote against certifying the election. Those are not comparable, and it goes back to the problem of the press actually coming to grips with how out of bounds and dangerous the new political philosophy on the right happens to be."
Yes, right. Republicans bad.
Okay, we didn't have any leftists or progressives whatsoever do anything to threaten federal establishments last year.
Yeah, I mean, forget Maxine Waters calling to assault Republican people in the public,
burning federal buildings in
democracy
Washington.
Guy, the Democratic guy bringing a gun to a baseball park and shooting a bunch of Republican legislators. Forget the Antifa calling for the beheading of Republican people.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Am I both siding?
You're both siding-ism, is it?
Siding.
The press cannot be expected to restore a common baseline of truth on its own, however.
Yeah, common baseline of truth, the minister of truthiness.
Yeah. Quote, "The technology platforms are so much more powerful than any organ of the so-called mainstream press. And I do think that there has to be not just an American reckoning, but a global reckoning with the disinformation, with the monopolistic power and control, with the lack of accountability that the platform currently enjoy," Clinton said.
This is hilarious. These poor big tech companies, they're getting it from the right for censoring people. They get it from the left for not censoring enough people. These poor Silicon Valley guys just can't win.
Yeah. A report commissioned by Facebook. She added, in particular, Facebook, which has the worst track record for enabling mistruths, misinformation, extremism, conspiracy, for goodness sakes, even genocide in Myanmar against the Rohingya. So governments are going to have to decide right now that the platforms have to be held to some kind of standard, and it's tricky.
Which is hilarious. She brings up some kind of standard because she's talking about, misinformation, and she says conspiracy again. She means conspiracy theory. So that's the Facebook allowing for anti-government ideas. But the genocide in Myanmar was a pro-government sighting by Facebook.
I know.
So which is it? Do you want them to side with the government or with the people?
She needs a world event that it was recent, but nothing from China. So she has to go with, something that's distract from the Uyghur thing. A report commissioned by Facebook found in 2018 that the company failed to stop its platform being used to, quote, foment division and incite offline violence in Myanmar. And a recent Guardian investigation found that the company was painfully slow to heed warnings about political leaders who used it to deceive the public or harass opponents. Facebook has almost 2.8 billion global monthly active users, and its revenue in the fourth quarter of last year was $28 billion. There are signs that Joe Biden, the U.S. Congress, and the Federal Trade Commission intend to take tougher lines on big tech, but Clinton acknowledged, quote, "It's not easily done. They're incredibly powerful, but I don't see any alternative if we're going to try to deal with the very real dangers that disinformation and the divisiveness it breeds pose to our democracies." Trump took swipes at internet companies, but concentrated most of his fire on CNN, the New York Times, and other mainstream media. He notoriously gorged on press attention while also demonizing them as, quote, the enemy of the people. He said fake news was the enemy of the people, not all of mainstream media, but okay.
Yeah. Again, Clinton, another one of these repeat the lie as many times as you can things.
Yeah. Clinton, who as a Secretary of State traveled the world promoting freedom of the press, was appalled. Once an American president said that the press was the enemy of the people. That gave permission to all kinds of autocrats to make the same claim, she said. Quote, I don't know any American president who's ever thought he got fair press. They always believe that they are not understood or they're being held to impossible standards or whatever their complaints might be. But we never had a president who essentially aligned himself with authoritarian thinking and acting the way we did with our former president. I did do damage. What? I did do damage inside our own country. Oh, it did do damage inside our own country because it fed paranoia, conspiracy theories, partisan differences in our own political system that led many people to claim that the press was the enemy of the people, or at least the enemy of what they believed in. Ugh, just a bunch of goggly gook.
Yeah.
She just kind of complains for a while afterwards.
Yeah, it's the whole thing, and it's again one of the biggest points is she's calling for a global reckoning. Mm-hmm. So not just a U.S. thing, but working in the calling for a global united power to censor and control flow of information.
Kind of sounds like what cool. China would want her to say.
It sounds like exactly what China wants to do. So, okay. But that doesn't come as a surprise, I suppose.
Not really. Well, good luck there, Hillary. Keep it up there with your complaining. I guess that's all she's really doing now to get some press is complaining.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's move on to Bill Gates here.
Couple things. Yep.
We're taking things that are genetically modified organisms and we're injecting them in little kids' arms. We just shoot them right into the vein, right into the vein, right into the vein, right into the vein.
So it was live last show that Bill and Melinda Gates' divorce was announced during the show. Breaking news. And of course, as questions began to circulate. But this is coming from ZeroHedge.com. So, we're going to get a little crazy. The headline is Bill Gates transfers $1.8 billion in stocks to Melinda amid divorce. As reporters look for clues about how Bill and Melinda Gates plan to divide up their fortune, focus is shifting to Cascade, the Gates family office set up with the proceeds from selling Gates's Microsoft shares, as well as his investment dividends. The family office has long been seen as a piggy bank for the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And according to an SEC filing, Cascade transferred $1.8 billion in Canadian National Railway stock to Melinda French Gates on May 3rd. Cascade also transferred 2.94 million shares in AutoNation worth $309 million. The move makes Mrs. Gates the sixth biggest shareholder in Canada, Canada's largest railway. However, Cascade, controlled by Bill Gates, remains the largest shareholder, with more than 101 million shares worth roughly $11 billion. CN is the biggest investment held by Cascade, representing 24.4% of its holdings. Waste disposal company Republic Services is Cascade's second largest stake at 23.9%, while heavy equipment maker. There's a lot of typos in this article, by the way. Come on, Tyler Durden.
ZeroHedge.
Yeah. Deere is third at 18%. Through Cascade, Gates has interests in real estate, energy, and hospitality, as well as stakes in dozens of public companies, including Deere & Co. and Republic Services. The couple are also among the largest landowners in America. Other investments Gates owners... The typos are too much in this, ZeroHedge. You gotta double check. Do just the smallest amount of proofreading, please. Berkshire Hathaway, Class B, $1.69 billion. Yeah, okay, we know they have a lot of shares and crazy stuff. Gates lists himself as the sole member of Cascade Investment and makes clear that the stocks that he and Melinda own jointly through the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation Trust are completely separate from his own direct ownership. And what's in his family office hedge fund, Cascade Investment, which operates out of Kirkland, Washington. We're still waiting for more clues about the Gates' separation agreement, as well as any settlement talks. Okay, yes, as if that would or should be public information. You know, I don't know why this is something people are talking about. They're all freaking out about $108 billion getting transferred after their divorce.
Like, yeah, what did they think was going to happen?
Yeah, that's what happens after a divorce.
So
and there's going to be a lot more than just $1.8 billion. The guy has over $100 billion.
It's funny because these high-profile divorces becomes fodder for all kinds of sides of gender equality conversations and stuff like that, because you're going to have your feminists like, you know, give half completely or more. She was, you know, she meant more, blah blah blah, and then the men will be like, oh, there it goes again, women, you know, taking half the worth of a man.
Yeah.
But you know, strategically thinking, that is kind of interesting, because what if Bill Gates did this to earn a little more street cred with men? You know, get a little sympathy pat. He's not going to get any sympathy pats for men, but I'm just saying, maybe in his mind, he's like, maybe if we divorce, you know, the men in the world will consider me more of a cool guy, or a guy who feels sorry for, because
to give him
half
more
my
of an
money
edgy vibe.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, the more I kind of thought about this and the more I read and listened to it, it's just like, I don't know. I kind of looked into it because, you know, there's the discussion about the tax implications and things like that. I don't think it's necessarily beneficial tax-wise to get a divorce. And also, they have such an insane amount of money that no matter how you cut it up, they're both just going to be preposterously rich.
Yeah.
It doesn't even matter. I mean, even if you're talking about $1.8 billion, which is more money than a person could spend in their lifetime.
You haven't seen me go on my spending spree.
Dude, it still blows my mind. I love the way to visualize it. If dollars are seconds, you know, seconds in a day, a million seconds is like, what is it? It's like 3 days or something. And
I don't remember.
Billion seconds is over 11 years. So the difference between $1 million and $1 billion, you're talking the difference between 3 days and 11 years. So yeah, once you get up to $1 billion, it's just a ridiculous amount of money.
It sounds like the movie In Time. Have you seen In Time?
No, I didn't see it.
Oh, you didn't see it? Okay, it's basically that time becomes the ultimate currency. So people are genetically engineered to basically, they have like a clock. Everyone has a clock, and time is the currency. So like a really wealthy person has like all this time.
They have a little, yeah. Hold on, I think I got those numbers wrong. Let me check. 1 million seconds.
No, you're doing
1 billion. I need to get this right on air so I can. Okay. Hold on.
Okay.
Oh no.
Tick tock. Time's going by. Yes. Justin Timberlake movie from 2011. In Time.
Okay. Anyways, it's something like that. I can't find it. Oh, please, God, bring that to me quickly so I can. Oh, here we go. 1 million seconds is 12 days. 1 million seconds is 12 days. 1 billion seconds is 31 years.
What's a trillion? What's a trillion seconds?
I'm
got to
glad
be like
you asked.
100.
A trillion
1,000.
seconds is 31,688 years.
31,000 years. And how much are we in debt? 20 something, $28 trillion?
Yeah, about 1 million years.
Perfect.
We're about 1 million years worth of debt in this country.
Perfect. Speaking of debt.
Speaking of the beast system. Beast system.
And really, I should play the money jingle here, but this article here from The Economist. The rise of e-money, the digital currency that matter. Get ready for FedCoin and the e-euro.
E-money. I love even the separation of terms between cryptocurrency and e-money.
Mm-hmm. If you watch the show Mr. Robot, there's a scene in there where the guy's like, let me establish the FedCoin. And they, there's like a whole thing. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to read a little bit here and then get to the main part. Technological change is upending finance. Bitcoin has gone from being an obsession of anarchists to a $1 trillion asset class that many fund managers insist belongs in any balanced portfolio. Swarms of digital day traders have become a force on Wall Street. PayPal has 392 million users, a sign that America is catching up with China's digital payment giants. Yet, as our special report explains, the least noticed disruption on the frontier between technology and finance may end up as the most revolutionary. The creation of government digital currencies, which typically aims to let people deposit funds directly with the central bank, bypassing conventional lenders. These GovCoins, which is the name of the article is supposed to be GovCoins. I don't know, for whatever reason, the headline is gone on this. Anyway, it says here, these GovCoins are a new incarnation of money. They promise to make finance work better, but also to shift power from individuals to the state, alter geopolitics, and change how capital is allocated. They are to be treated with optimism and humility.
Oh, great.
Yeah. A decade or so ago, amid the wreckage of Lehman Brothers, Paul Volcker, a former head of the Federal Reserve, grumbled that banking's last useful innovation was the ATM. Since the crisis, the industry has raised its game. Banks have modernized their creaking IT systems. Entrepreneurs have built an experimental world of decentralized finance, of which Bitcoin is the most famous part, and which contains a riot of tokens, databases, and conduits that interact to varying degrees with traditional finance. Meanwhile, financial platform firms have now over 3 billion customers who use e-wallets and payment apps. Alongside PayPal are other specialists such as Ant Group, Grab, and Mercado Pago, or Pago. Established firms such as Visa, the Silicon Valley wannabes such as Facebook. Ooh, burn Facebook. Government or central bank digital currencies are the next step, but they come with a twist because they would centralize power in the state rather than spread it through networks or give it to private monopolies. The idea behind them is simple. Ideas of holding an account with a retail bank, you would do so direct with a central bank through an interface resembling apps such as Alipay or Venmo. Rather than writing checks or paying online with a card, you could use a central bank's cheap plumbing. And your money would be guaranteed by the full faith of the state, not a fallible bank. Very interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
They already know the banking system as it currently stands is over.
Yeah.
And Bitcoin kind of destroyed it. But now they're jumping on that train to push their GovCoin.
Don't worry, the government will give you value.
Want to buy a pizza or help a broke sibling? No need to deal with Citigroup's call center or pay MasterCard's fees. The Bank of England and the Fed are at your service.
Oh my God.
The metamorphosis of central banks from the aristocrats of finance to its laborers sounds far-fetched, but it's underway. Over 50 monetary authorities representing the bulk of global GDP are exploring digital currencies. The Bahamas has issued digital money. China has rolled out its e-yuan pilot to over 500,000 people. The EU wants a virtual euro by 2025. Britain has launched a task force. In America, the world's financial hegemon is building a hypothetical e-dollar. Aren't you excited, Basil? Am I exciting you?
I love hypothetical e-dollars.
Hold on. One motivation for government and central banks is a fear of losing control. Today, central banks harness the banking system to amplify monetary policy. If payments, deposits, and loans migrate from banks into privately run digital realms, central banks will struggle to manage the economic cycle and inject funds into the system during a crisis. That's funny. Unsupervised private networks could become a wild west of fraud and privacy abuses. Goes into a little thing here. It just keeps complaining, or not complaining really, mentioning how central banks become obsolete and how governments are so awesome.
I know it's trying to harness the enmity for central banks, but be like, oh, don't worry, government's the answer.
Yeah, but it's
There's
really
more government control.
It says here, government digital currencies could also expand governments as toolkits by letting them make instant payments to citizens and cut interest rates below zero. For ordinary users, the appeal of a free, safe, instant, universal means of payment is obvious. It is this appeal, though, that creates dangers. Unconstrained, GovCoins could become a dominant force in finance, particularly if network effects made it hard for people to opt out. Really? No, duh. They could destabilize banks because if most people and firms stashed their cash at the central banks, lenders would have to find other sources of funding with which to back their loans. If retail banks were sucked dry of funding, someone else would have to do the lending that fuels business creation. This raises the queasy prospect of bureaucrats influencing credit allocation. In a crisis, a digital stampede of savers to the central bank could cause bank runs. Oh no. Give us our money, banks, to take it to the government. Okay, this is the part that gets interesting because they have to use a little bit here. One ascendant, GovCoins could become panopticons. What?
Wait, what did you say? Once ascendant?
Once ascendant, yeah. GovCoins could become panopticons for the state to control citizens. Think of instant e-fines for bad behavior. They already have that in China. They could alter geopolitics too by providing a conduit for cross-border payments and alternatives to the dollar, the world's reserve currency, at a linchpin of American influence. The greenback's reign is based partly on America's open capital markets and property rights, which China cannot rival, but it also relies on old payments systems, invoicing conventions, and inertia, making it ripe for disruption. Small countries fear that instead of using local money, people might switch to foreign e-currencies, causing chaos at home.
Ooh, chaos.
Chaos. New money, new problems. Such a vast spectrum of opportunities and dangers is daunting. It is revealing that China's autocrats, who value control above all else, are limiting the size of the e-yuan and clamping down on private platforms such as Ant. Open societies should also proceed cautiously by, say, capping digital currency accounts. Governments and financial firms need to prepare for a long-term shift in how money works, as momentous as the leap to metallic coins or payment cards. That means beefing up privacy laws, reforming how central banks are run, and preparing retail banks for a more peripheral role. State digital currencies are the next great experiment in finance, and they promise to be a lot more consequential than the humble ATM.
Jeez.
GovCoin!
Yeah, GovCoin. That's funny. Wow. Well, they're quite the cheerleader for complete government control over at The Economist there.
The Economist are just like, GovCoin! Solve all your problems!
It's ridiculous.
And it's funny because they touch on all the points that, anarchists have pointed out with Bitcoin.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, using Bitcoin as the conversation piece, pointing out the problem with central banking. The GovCoin people are coming in like, yeah, for sure, but GovCoin. And this really is, though, a point, because I get people are still skeptical of cryptocurrencies and Bitcoin, and I'm totally fine with that. Like, I think you should be skeptical and question all these things.
Yeah.
But when it comes down to it, what would you rather have? A Bitcoin, which is like an open source, public, blockchain,
yeah.
Or do you want GovCoin, where they can just take away your money if you say something bad or you say something wrong about the government?
Unfortunately, I think a lot of people who consider themselves sort of countercultural thinkers are definitely going to want the Gov coin. I mean, you already see it with fiat currency.
That's true.
Like, what? Bitcoin? That's fake robot money. I want my Illuminati dollars with the pyramid on the back. And, if your internet goes out, you won't have your Bitcoin. Well, you won't have your bank account and your credit cards and your entire thing either. So if you want a stack of Illuminati dollars under your mattress, then that's fine with you. Yeah, so in the same sense, there's so many people who speak about how, Bitcoin being fraudulent or whatever, who just don't really understand the concept of fiat currency in general. Yeah. And I think those same people are going to be huge fans of GovCoin. And there's nothing we can do about it.
No, there's really not. And it's interesting.
Just the people, that's what they're going to do, and they'll have to deal with it.
The phenomenon of Dogecoin right now really speaks to the sheeple society that we're in.
Uh-huh.
Because, if people did 2 seconds of homework, Bitcoin has a cap on the supply, so there can only ever be 21 million Bitcoin, and it's divisible by 100 million units. So there's tons of Bitcoin in Satoshi and whatever.
All right.
It's limited supply being the main point. The US dollar has no capped supply.
Right.
It's just however many you can print. Now, Dogecoin originally had a capped supply of 100 billion.
Yeah.
And then there was a oops in the development. And, there was some bugs that they discovered that created more Dogecoin than there was supposed to be. And that still stands today. There is not a cap, a limit on Dogecoin. I think that they were saying like 10,000 Dogecoin or maybe more than that are minted every day or something. So, similar to the US dollar, there is no limit to the supply of Dogecoin, which...
which is funny because people would ignore Bitcoin for years, but then Dogecoin comes around and they get on board. Like, I want the one that has no limits and has no infrastructure attached to it.
Because Elon Musk said, wouldn't it be ironic?
Yeah.
I mean, that's really the reason why people are all Dogecoin.
Yeah.
With Elon. Which, by the way, isn't tomorrow the Saturday Night Live? Is Elon going to dress up as a Shiba Inu and run around or something?
Oh, I have no idea.
Oh, yeah. This is partly why Doge has been pumping so much in the last week, is because Elon Musk is hosting Saturday Night Live, and who knows what he's going to do, but allegedly he's going to mention Dogecoin, or there's going to be some kind of Doge skit or something like that. So, buy the rumors, sell the news is what I always hear. People are probably going to be selling to people that are more sheeple than the current Doge sheeple.
All right. Well, speaking of the dangers of digital currency, Gons.
Yes.
One last little thing here from GlobeNewsWire.com. The headline, Rise of the Cyborg. Arcos Lab fraud report finds human bot hybrid attacks increase in Q1.
Are you ready to become cyborg?
Arcos Labs, provider of online fraud and abuse prevention technology, today released new data on the latest fraud trends. Ooh, so trendy. Revealing an increase in human bot hybrid attacks. The Q2 Arcos Labs fraud and abuse report released today also found that Europe was on the top attacking geography, with more than 1/3 of all attacks originating there. 33%. Additionally,
33%. 1/3.
Additionally, there was a significant amount of human-driven attacks originating from North America, which could indicate that many who are drawn to fraud, who make money during lockdowns, have continued on this path. Quote, many who dabbled in fraud in 2020.
Basil, what are you going to do?
I'm not a professional fraudster. I just dabble.
Yeah, just dabble some fraud and try it out, see how it goes.
Dogecoin and fraud. Quote, many who dabbled in fraud in 2020 have continued to find the profession profitable and continue on with it instead of returning to legitimate work, said Vanita Pandey, CMO at Arcos Labs. Quote, there is an increasing amount of people who, while not pursuing fraud as a full-time job, are engaging in activities like fake reviews, disseminating fake information on social media, and new user sign-up bonus abuse. This new face of fraud is emerging as a permanent part of the landscape. Quote, a significant number of attacks from Europe originated from Russia, said Adrian Jenkins, Arcos Lab. The cat is attacking again. Arcos Lab Regional Vice President. EMEA, quote, in Europe, attacks are focusing on online dating and gaming, with some of the top attackers, in addition to Russia, including the Netherlands, Germany, Ukraine, and Turkey. 2021 started off busy with heightened attack volumes carrying over from the end of 2020. However, by the midpoint of Q1, there was a drop-off in attacks in most industries, except technology and media streaming, which continues to see high fraud levels. At its peak, the Arcos Labs network detected 5 million attacks daily during the first half of Q1. The overall attack rate dropped significantly as the quarter went on, from a peak of more than 30% of sessions being identified as malicious to much more manageable 17%. This was due to a respite from large-scale targeted bot attacks. Human-driven fraud, however, did increase slightly this quarter.
Get that cat out of here. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Well, it goes into some other stuff here, but I thought it was interesting, this human bot hybrid. And I think it speaks to where we're headed in the hive mind as more people get connected to the internet with their brain microchips and all this kind of stuff. Trolling is going to become very interesting. Because it's not going to be just... Yeah.
Professional and hobbyist trolling.
Because... right now it's an individual
trolling and OnlyFans.
Gosh, yeah. So the idea of trolling right now is just an individual doing their thing or whatever, but with a bot, not just in the sense of like, in kind of a digital way, but literally in like the virtual universe. I think it'll be akin to a physical attack. At a certain point, it's going to be indistinguishable when a human/bot hybrid truly goes online in the virtual realm and does its thing. But anyway, I just thought there was an interesting story and kind of keeping an eye.
Neuralink trolls.
Oh, that's what they're going to be called. We're calling it. I'm putting it in the red book. Neuralink trolls will be called Neuralonks. That's a horrible prediction.
It's a prediction that's going to take about 15 years to catch on.
I don't care. It's going in.
Yeah, that's good. Hopefully we're all here still, but who knows? All right. Anything else?
Neuralonk. Okay. No, nothing else. I gotta get out of here, man. I'm trying to shorten these shows. They end up being 4 hours every time. What is the deal with this?
We can't stop. It's our destiny. All right, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Here's the thing. We'll be back on Monday. That is the 10th. May 10th on Monday. We'll be back with another episode of Canary Cry News Talk. Hey, there's a few things you can do to help us out, though. If you get any value from this show, you should consider becoming a producer of next Monday's show. That'll be episode 335. I do want to take a second and thank the wonderful producers of episode 334. That's producers Anna, Mary H, David W, our executive producer for the show, Joel V, Rebecca B, Home, Malik W, who's on a streak, Shield Labs, also on a streak, James H, also on a streak, Tristan, streaking it up. Also, thank you to producer Devin W for the snail mail. And congratulations and a big thank you to Dame Jennifer Lady B of the Garden, walking closely to the Lord under the shadow of his wing, and Knight Blaze, the Rakia Rider. And congratulations on being knighted, and thank you for joining the round table of knights and dames. So there you go. Thank you to all of our producers, as well as our time stampers. Thank you, Rachel, as well as jingle makers and artists. You guys are the best. If you want to become a producer of the show, please do. We need producers for Monday's show. You can do that by heading over to patreon.com/CCNT, or you can head on over to canarycrynewstalk.com. Nope, canarycryradio.com/support.
canarycryradio.com/support.
That's right, canarycryradio.com/support. Become a producer, sign up for a monthly producership, or produce the show in any amount that you would like. Just make the number important to you. That's what matters. There's also cryptocurrency and stuff there. Now, you can also help the show out in a number of other ways. One of them is by leaving ratings and reviews. I'll be reading ratings and reviews next Friday, so you got a week, but you should hurry up. It does take a couple days for those to show up on their respective platforms. So just go do it right now. Take 2 or 3 minutes, leave a rating and a review. It's fun because I have to read the words that you write on the show. So that's a fun thing for you. But also, it helps the algorithms show the show to people who have never heard of it before. And you heard just in somebody's review today, who was it? Green Pastures 5781 stumbled upon our channel on Apple Podcasts, and that no doubt is due to somebody else leaving a rating and a review. So head on over to Apple Podcasts, leave a rating and a review. Very important. Thank you very much. But you can also produce the show by creating some content. Create jingles. If you're musical, create a song. If you are an artist of any kind, create some art, send it on over to canarycryradio@gmail.com if you like it easy, or canarycryradio@protonmail.com if you are a hacker, robot, cyborg. Let's see. Other than that, hey, just share the show. That's the best way to spread the show. Word of mouth is the best way to let somebody know about the show. You know, they like to hear about it from somebody they trust. And you got friends, you got family. They're starting to wake up to the fact that the world is not what it seems, and you can help them. This is a great introduction to questioning the main narratives of our world. Just share the show with them. Text it to them, whatever. Just let them know about it. But if you need any more instructions, we call it rattling cages. You can walk right up to him, grab him by the cage, and shake it.
The end of the world occurred pretty much as we had predicted.
I want to shake things up, stir up some controversy, rattle a few cages.
Hey, stop that!
You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man, a crusader for the little guy.
Leave the bird alone!
Never! Rattle a few cages. Rattle a few cages.
The human race will have every opportunity to improve.
And if they don't?
Ask Noah.
That's right. Just ask Noah. Shout out to Victory Ya in the Twitch chat. Says, my husband is like, those guys are still talking. I hear you, buddy. We're right there with you. But
yeah,
yes,
seriously.
We're still talking. Almost done, though. Gons, do you have any last still talking to do?
Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers. Have a great weekend. Hopefully the men in your life, whether they be sons or even the daughters too, treat you right this weekend.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's Mother's Day. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So if you've got a shout out, producers out there, if you've got a shout out to a mother that we can give on Monday's show, head on over, produce the show. We'll give the shout out. And also big shout out to Mama Gons and Mama Basil out there. Okay, Well, that's it, folks. Remember, we'll be back on April 10th. Wow. May 10th.
Time traveling really messed you up, man.
May 10th. That's this Monday. Be there, be square, folks. Okay, thanks for listening to this episode of Canary Crime News Talk. Make sure to tune in next time. But until then, think outside the cage.
You okay?
Yeah, I breathed my own spit right as I was doing.
No.
Think outside the cage.
Remember, reality is an illusion. The universe is a hologram. Bye, gold. Bye.
I want to shake things up, shake things up. I want to shake things up, shake things up. Leave the bird alone. I want to stir up some controversy. I want to rattle a few cages. I'm the last angry man. You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man. I'm the last angry man. You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man. A crusader for the little guy. Well, we'll see about that.
Whatever, Illuminati.
Fun fact, I believe it was another fun fact. Fun fact. Another fun fact.
Brings me back to my Screamo days.
In the future, humans will be confined in a people's zoo.
People, I'll keep you safe and warm in my people's zoo. I'll keep you safe and warm now in my people's zoo. You, yeah, you in my people's zoo. I'll keep the cameras on.
Aborted feces.
Keep yapping, man.
people's zoo.
I'll keep you warm and safe in my people's zoo.
Do not come back, you Nazi psychopaths.